Two. Mark. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Oops, that's the wrong screen. LMAO. How's everyone doing? So, thank you for joining us this evening. We are super excited to be back here in the world of Ismira, playing some Covet Syndicate, some D&D 5e with the homies. I hope you guys are all ready. Let's go ahead and start us off with what happened last time, you guys. Whoever would like to start.
Somebody died.
Yes.
I think that's a good place to start.
Well, we attempted to escape after we managed to finally kill our way out. And by kill, I mean use our clever puzzle solving to acquire the thing we were there for, and then run for our lives when the first vampire decided he was going to come for our butts. We sprinted through that dungeon as fast as possible to the surface. And when we got there and emerged, we tried our best to discreetly leave the party, or return to it at least. Sadly, that didn't quite work out. We had two of us almost managed to get out, and then two of us got caught on the dance floor, literally on the banquet floor, getting called out by I believe it's the Empress's daughter, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, literally getting called out by the Empress's daughter, and a parade of people basically walking up to threaten them. Specifically, we are talking about Kanan, and also really Kanan, I think. Kanan and Vaunt. That's right, because Vaunt tried to sneak out discreetly, and was like, "You would have." And honestly, it was a good play until they were like, "Oh, you work in the library? The library that's closed, that no one's in right now for a while." And yeah, it got very dicey there for a minute. It looked like we might have a party death or two. And then we had to run for our lives after there was kind of a tacit like, all right, you did something. We don't know what. We're in front of a court. We don't want to do something particularly uncouth, even though one of them literally melted our lord not too long ago. And so we managed to leave the castle, and I'll pass it on to someone else because that's when things got out of control.
Natalie? She has her book.
I took notes in my D&D book.
Oh, that's
Handy notebook.
So I believe around that point is when Kanan sent Umok over to try and break things up, and that did not work. So instead, everyone kind of ended up getting revealed. The Empress's daughter realized who Kanan was and who Vaunt was, and surprisingly ended up letting them go, despite it all. So we all quickly got the hell out of there and headed towards the bridge, which ended up being a mistake as we were quickly attacked. And that is where we lost Zarn, sadly. Little tear.
ripped a home.
To a sneak attack, by the way, that none of us saw coming.
That is true.
To Venom, that was potent enough to supersede your immunity.
Very sneaky and underhanded. So everyone else quickly went to the boat that we had cleverly hidden beforehand, and even though the boat ended up getting sunk by someone who had fire bolts or some type of firepower, they all eventually got away. I'll let someone else take it from there.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I insist.
We made it back to the hideout after Ashwell had a hard time getting Vaunt away because he was
Right. I literally had to drag your near dead corpse across the water.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue.
Nothing I wouldn't do for you.
Yeah, Kanan peaced out. She was like, well, I can breathe underwater.
Okay. Flex.
Yeah.
Chad.
So, yeah, we made it back to the hideout and met up with everybody and discussed what happened and gave our, I guess, the book to Ethel.
Yep.
Javon.
Yeah. Well, everything worked out in the end. I had my cohorts help me and escort me back to the hideout. And now I have my book that I've been wanting to get. And Vaughn's going to spend much of his time plotting with said book. See, the thing is, the only thing that he really wanted out of this heist was the book. Now that he's back at a headquarters, he kind of feels obligated to help out a little bit, but he's not anybody's lackey, so to say. He's his own man.
Gotcha.
Tiefling. So, but yeah, he almost got killed on the bridge. Almost got caught because I have +2 to every single one of my charisma-related checks. So that didn't really work out. But yeah, made it out pretty unscathed. No thanks to all by myself, might I add.
Not like you were literally carried. Literally.
No, I don't know what you mean.
Like twice.
Doesn't ring
Over the water.
No.
Through the city.
Well, I was unconscious, how would I know?
You're right. It's fine.
I'm an evil wizard.
Yep, you are. I cannot level my character no matter what I do. So.
Well, I'm leveling up, Derek. Oh yeah, I had that book. Never mind. I was gonna say I'm gonna level up and I'm gonna look through all the spells I got from that cool book and copy those down onto my sheet. Make it easy for it.
No problem.
Make sure everything's prepared correctly too, because there's a difference.
I'm gonna make sure that these books are loaded because they're giving y'all some trouble right now for some reason. And that's
Yeah.
kind of lame. All right, maybe that should work now. I hope. I don't know. I just reset it. Okay.
We're good.
I hope so.
Everything's going fine for me. Like I just leveled up. No
You
problem.
leveled up just fine. I'm not sure why it's giving you trouble.
Yeah, it's just not letting me level up any of my stats or anything.
You shouldn't get a stat level up at 7.
Okay. So what is it that I
Oh,
get
you're
then?
taking one of them should be 4, so yeah, you should be getting 1. Is it not?
Yeah, that's my rogue, and it's not letting me commit to the 4th level rogue here.
Is it telling you why?
Not particularly, no.
Lame.
Yeah.
It is not giving me my 4th level spells, I've noticed.
Yeah, it's not even giving me 4th level.
Maybe
or
I could add
4th
those
level
up.
rogue.
I could add those up in the character.
Okay, maybe I have to level. Maybe I have to choose to level you up first or something, because I just leveled
Maybe.
you up to 7, Kanan. Let me see if I have to do that for Zarn. Oh, Zarn's already leveled up. Vaunt. Says you're 8 now.
I'm 8. That's not correct. Why'd that happen?
You might have to do the thing that I did, the little red dragon icon thing. I clicked on it, and then a box came up, and I just clicked yes on the box. I don't remember what it said.
I want to go down. I'll go down a level.
I don't know if we can now. Oof.
I'll just be 1 level higher than everybody.
And Fantasy Grounds just froze. Give me a second. Yeah, it's still not reading this. That's so weird.
Let me try it for you real quick.
Okay, don't worry about it for me for a minute. I need to get the food out. I'll be right back.
Okay. Did you want an ASI or a feat, by the way?
Stat increase.
Okay.
So,
To Dex.
yeah, just put it on Dex.
Okay.
Thank you.
You got it.
Right back.
Are we just going to 8?
No.
I was gonna say.
No, he's level 4 rogue now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. I forgot he's multi-class.
How do we level up add a skill or spell?
What's that, buddy?
How do we add a level 4 spell?
You should be able to access spells on the side where it says character. If you click that drop-down menu, you should be able to see your spells.
Barrel.
Is it working for everybody now?
I'm showing you the 4th level spells that I let's see here.
I don't see the spells.
Damn it, dude.
It's not populating the deal.
Is there not a way I could just open up a book and drag and drop a spell?
Nope. Doesn't work
rough.
that way. Yeah.
Yeah. I wish it did.
Yeah. Well. How to fix?
I made an oof. Let's see.
It's not the right.
The only spell that's showing for me is suggestion.
Incredibly strange. Okay, so I guess that what we will have to do is I'll have to go in and manually do it. And what you guys can do is figure out what you want now, and then when we take our breaks, I'll put that in.
I was thinking in Wall of Fire.
I don't want to fucking waste time on the air to do it. You can make notes for it, and then I'll get it taken care of later.
Okay.
Okay. No worries. We're not probably going to be using a whole lot of that anyway. We could just have it.
Yeah. I mean, for all intents and purposes, we could just do it after anyways. I'm not anticipating there to be a whole lot of combat today, so it's probably not going to matter too much.
Fair. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of RP stuff, which is totally cool. I love RP. And if I just so happen to use something I wanted to use, I'll just let you know.
No problem.
All I get is 2 4th level spells. Like, that's it. So I'm taking Stone Skin and Divination. That's it. I won't be like, oh, I just picked a random 4th level spell to use out of my grimoire. But
I can probably go ahead and throw those on real quick. And Divination.
now I can truly ponder orbs. Well, I don't have scrying, but I have like ponder orbs light right now.
Ponder Orb Light. What's up, Drabs? So good to see you, homie. Oh, have a fantastic session, buddy. Have a fantastic session, dude.
My man's Drab.
My homie, dude. Much love to you, Drabs. Okay. So make sure that all your class features should be on there too. If you did get anything from level 7, just that should be your base class features, though. I believe. Maybe not. Anyway.
Just spells.
What's up, Gian?
Oh yeah, we got more HP, huh?
Definitely, yeah. Okay, so we come in on about a week later. You've had your meeting with Ethel. She took the book and told you that they would be in touch. What have you guys done in the meantime?
Just doubled down on the store, getting it better advertisement and better product, you know. And then like painted the store and made it look pretty good, you know. You could wear a white glove and like do the thing with the
Got you. Yeah, so you begin overhauling the interior of the store, inspecting it and bringing things up to snuff in the interim time of 1 week. Okay, Vaunt, what are you doing in this interim time?
So, how much time is this? How much time is
Oh, we're going to have about 3 months of downtime to kill, so...
Holy damn. Okay, well...
Your boy believes in time skips.
I also believe in time skips. Makes for a good narrative. Also plenty of time to prep. Evil things. So... Vaughnt's gonna sort of go to the top of this hideout, wherever they are, and he's gonna look at it, he's gonna see that tower, and he's just gonna know. I want that. It's going to be mine. Vaughn's very paranoid, so he's already making, like, plans just in case. Doing the Batman scenario, just in case somebody betrays him, or he betrays somebody else, like how to defeat him and stuff like that. Because he's that paranoid with himself. He's also going to be trying to read through that infernal book, quote unquote, and figure out some things. So,
yeah, absolutely. Are there any 4th level spells in there that you now have the ability to understand and cast?
Yes, I believe so, very much so. Let me crack open that cool old book. I think Planar Binding is 5th level. Let me double check. Yes, it is. Okay, so not that yet. Okay, that's a big spell. I can't cast that one yet. Oh, so Banishment. Banishment and Summon Greater Demon are the 2 spells I can cast from the book at 4th level.
Interesting.
Yes, I can also cast Magic Circle, but that's a 3rd level spell, so it's like, whatever.
Okay,
Which
so...
could be
go
good,
ahead.
but,
Go
no, I
ahead.
was just gonna say, Magic Circle is good for, like, just in case I fuck something up with summoning to the demon.
Is there anywhere that you are going to be practicing these spells, or are you just basically, like, practicing the theory?
Theory is going to be what he is doing right now. Application is going to be once he takes the tower. That's going to be his practice, is taking the tower back. If there's any, like, vagrants or squatters living there, he's going to practice his spells on them.
Got you. Sorry, I'm trying to get my sound settings fixed. Omni says that he's not getting any music at all right now. That's very strange.
Where would the music be coming from?
You guys don't hear any music from the stream at all?
I don't. If I'm supposed to hear something, I don't hear anything.
Sorry, I'm trying to get my sound settings.
Yeah, no music.
No music. No, I'm not streaming it through Discord. It's
Oh, it's on.
it's on the stream, yeah.
Yeah, I don't hear it on the stream.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't understand why we're having all these fucking tech issues today, dude.
Audio on OBS is nightmarish. Sometimes something works, the other time it's just like, oh no, this is a different output now. It's like, okay. I guess so.
Okay. It wants to be difficult on us, then we will get creative.
Park, an ambient spot.
There we go. So sorry about that, everybody. I don't know why we're getting these issues, but well,
It do be like that.
it do be like that sometimes. Okay, so what about Zarn? What are you doing in this week?
So I just realized I only have 10 gold, so if I want some new armor and or weapons, I'm gonna need some money. So I think I'm gonna be, yeah, focusing on just a little heist. You know, maybe just hit some not like super wealthy people to the point where it's going to be a huge scandal if they got robbed, but
I do want to point out you do have the crown.
True. I guess first I'll see how much that's worth. But if it's not enough, then consider robbing someone.
Kanan can probably loan some money.
Guild funds.
I know plate mail's expensive though, but we'll see how much this crown goes for.
So, do you spend your week attempting to sell the crown?
Looking for a buyer, yeah.
Alright, let's have you roll an intelligence investigation check.
Is this Anathar rules too? Is there going to be complications?
There can be.
18 looks pretty good.
Okay. And... Alright. So, how do you go about selling or attempting to find buyers for this item? This crown?
Well, it's magical, so I'm probably gonna go to the magic side of town. And, ask around if anyone's heard of this type of item before even revealing that I have it. Just to maybe find out a little info about it. Try and gauge its worth first.
Certainly.
Blackwood.
So you make your way over to the arcane colleges, and where exactly is it that you're asking? Because there's not like just like magic shops out in this area. This is more of like a university grounds type thing. It's all a big university.
Isn't there somewhere that makes magic items?
They do make magic items here, but it is kind of... Not just anybody can come in here and start asking if they would make them a magic item. You know that like they're reclusive, but if you are the right person or know the right people and you're put in touch with them, then you may be able to commission them for something. If you're looking for more of just like a marketplace where you can trade and deal in magic items, then you'd probably be better off in like the Great Bazaar district.
Okay, I'll check there out then.
Alright. So you begin searching around, and yeah, I mean, I guess I still need to know what it is that you're doing to find a buyer.
I'm going to try and find someone who has similar looking items, like other crowns that appear to be of magical variety. Perhaps a collector. Or just someone who's known to sell that type of item.
Okay, and how do you go about getting in touch with them?
I mean, I can't just like walk around the stalls and see if there's anyone selling that.
I can promise you there is no magic crown stall in the Great Bazaar.
Jewelry would be the next best thing, I'd expect.
Yeah, do that, and also ask around, like, hey, I'm looking for a crown. Like, do you know where I might be able to get one?
Where can get a crown around here?
Where can a girl get a crown these days?
Only slightly used.
Okay, so you are referred to a series of jewelsmiths that operate out of the Artisans Grove here in the Merchants Guild district. After a short wait, you are introduced to the owner of the shop, who is a gnome by the name of Pickle Cobblespot. He is an aged gnome. He's got a big crooked nose with like a boil that you can tell has been lanced a whole bunch of times, and for whatever reason he's probably just too busy with his work. He hasn't taken the time to get it magically healed off. He's pushes up his half-moon spectacles and twirls his big bushy gray mustache. Well, hello. How can I help you? He takes a long drag off of a long crooked pipe.
Yes, hello there. I am in the market for some items and perhaps also looking to get rid of some items that I might have.
Well, we don't often do trades. We make things here. We are not a pawn shop.
Well, I meant to sell mine for money and then perhaps use that money to buy something, is what I meant.
Let's see it.
And he says, stroking his beard, skeptical.
Do an insight check on him first.
Okay.
I don't know what this thing is. For all I know, I'm gonna pull it out and he's gonna be like, hey, that's the missing crown that so-and-so lost and you're in trouble for having it.
Mm-hmm. An 11.
Not the best judge of character.
So what is it that you're trying to figure out about it, exactly? Like, what are you looking into?
Is he like an honest guy? Or if I pull out an illegal item, is he gonna be cool with it or rat me out?
You get the feeling that he would definitely... I don't know, I don't want to say he would rat you out, but he seems like a straight shooter to you. He's an honorable gnome, as it stands.
I don't think I have any other items I can show him instead. You look at my inventory.
If appraisement be what you seek.
He takes out this small, like, telescopic lens.
I might be able to take a gander.
I'm gonna show him my Serpent Amulet and see what he makes of that first.
Ooh, fine work, fine work. This craftsmanship, I can see the tools it was made with. Yes, your kind. Ancient, ancient. Where did you find such a trinket?
It's a family heirloom. Been in my family for generations.
He nods his head and his mouth kind of goes open like, oh yeah, of course, that makes sense. And as he like looks it over, he says,
Well, I'm sure you'd be interested to note that I don't quite know what the word is, but there is a word that might activate it and summon for you a spectral steed. Though its image I am unsure.
Oh, yeah, of course I knew that. Duh. Yeah, I just wanted to see what you thought of it.
Quite fine. I have not seen anything like it in quite some time. Yes, yes.
Alright, I'm gonna take a gamble and show him the crown.
his mouth goes to full ajar, and he,
Ah! By the gods!
As he picks up this crown and like sets it down on like a velveted stand, and he takes this small little like ring that he's got on and twists it, and a light just like pops out of it and like starts shining on it as he extends the telescopic lens and begins poring over the details.
The craftsmanship. Could this really be? Ah, this is the lost crown of the Hydra. Vendrayan. This is the single most valuable piece of jewelry this side of Vesmira, I'd wager.
Oh, this old thing? No, this has been in my family for generations too. Yeah.
He shakes his head.
No. I know this when I see it. The legends, they are fabled. By the goodness. Oh, well. For such a fine...
And he starts like getting a blush.
Fine piece of work. I may be able to part with...
And he thumbs open this huge ledger. Scrolls down.
7,500 gold.
Thought you said this thing was priceless.
But every man has his worth.
Yeah, but there may be others willing to pay more for this. I say, picking the crown back up and quickly putting it back in my backpack.
But if you were to find someone, I assure you no legitimate person would be able to afford such a thing.
Perhaps. And if that's the case, then I will gladly make my way back here.
Oh, please don't.
Give me a persuasion check.
I'm not very persuasive. I'm just used to getting my way.
That's the...
He
Swords are for.
He shakes his head and says,
This is a substantial amount of gold I'm offering you. It's all I can afford.
Well, then it's a pity to be you, sir. Good day.
all right. You exit the shop, and is that what you spent? I mean, that it took you a week to track that down and stuff. What's up?
He offered you enough gold for 5 sets of plate.
I want him to chase me out of the store and be like, wait.
I know that's 750 platinum. I don't.
Wait, did you say platinum? I thought
No,
you
he said gold.
No, it's gold.
7,500
Every
gold.
gold is 100 platinum.
Or every
Sorry,
platinum is
sorry,
100
reversed.
gold. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
No, it's not.
Yeah, I say that and I like very slowly start heading towards the door.
As you make your way to the door, he says, "Please, please, I beg of you, it's all I can afford. That's it."
Well, perhaps you can throw something else in to make it worth the while. That's not.
My wife will kill me. The guild, they'll flay me.
I go up to him and I look at him with my green hypnotic snake eyes, and I just say, "How badly do you want it?"
Would I be the gnome that returns this fabled crown? The one that restores it to its rightful home? My family would live in fame forever.
Oh, hold on here. There's fame involved?
Why, certainly. This crown belonged to the ancient King Vandrean, the elf who ruled all elves ages ago.
Well, now I'm thinking if I'm the one who returns it to him, then I could get a reward and the fame.
He kind of laughs.
Buddy.
He kind of laughs when you say that. Oh, he's long dead. Long dead. Vandrean was the elf downstairs. Below the castle that you guys talked to after he got his ass handed to him by the vampire.
So how do you intend to return it and get fame?
Oh, well, now that I know you're going to double-cross me, I'm not going to answer that question.
Well, you're probably not the only one who knows that.
Well, we'll see if you can find anyone else then.
And he turns his nose up at you and storms back off behind his counter.
Well, good day to you too, sir. Storm off.
So as you leave the shop, you can see a person off in the alley behind the store. At least you think it's a person. They're shrouded in this kind of like dark midnight purple robe, and you can't really make out their form from underneath. All you can really see is like the shadow of the cloak, and you can hear them whisper in Abyssal.
What's this about the crown?
What? Who now? What? What?
I've heard you have something of incredible value.
No, no, I'm just passing through the city on my way back home. Definitely don't have anything.
Don't play coy with me.
I don't even know what that word means.
Surely.
And as they step forward, you can kind of make out some like wrappings of something underneath, concealing whatever their form might be.
Surely. You and I have mutual interests.
And you see something flash from under the cloak, and a wrapped hand produces a complex star sapphire, perfectly round, an orb, and it looks like it might even weigh like a pound.
What you got there?
Wealth beyond measure. A trade.
So why do you want the crown so badly?
This price comes with the tag of secrecy.
Can I get back to you on this?
No.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Well, I'm definitely gonna insight check. Not that I'm... Well, I'm decent at it. I'm decent. 16, that's not bad.
What do you want to know about them?
Well, obviously, can I trust them?
No. They send a
Yeah, I didn't think
cold
so.
chill down your spine, and you're a cold-blooded creature. The smell of, like, sweet decay clings to this person, and when they stick their hand out before you, it's not overwhelming to the point where it's, like, making you want to vomit, but you get this kind of, like, feeling in your gut of, like, danger. This, like, primordial reptilian brain that all creatures have. Something's just off.
You've intrigued me. You've got the job. Or the trade.
He or she or they or whatever it is extends its hand while offering the star sapphire.
Surely this won't come back to haunt me in the future like most of my other decisions have thus far.
You make the trade and you receive a perfectly spheroid star sapphire. You estimate its value about 15 grand.
And you guys wanted me to take the 750 gold.
15 grand in
Gold.
gold?
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, but what's the cost?
The creature turns from you, and you can hear in this abyssal many chants swarming around you. Thank you for your patronage, and as always, your business is appreciated. And when you turn to look at him, he's gone.
That was weird.
He's gonna go play RimWorld, Natalie. What have you done?
I still have the diamond.
It's a star sapphire, but yeah.
It hasn't disappeared.
No, it's about a pound.
Well, I'm gonna quickly put that away and scurry back to the hideaway, because if someone found me with the crown, next thing I know, someone's gonna be like, you have the star sapphire I have been searching for.
Realistic.
Put that in perspective, by the way. I did a little bit of quick math. Right now, the biggest star sapphire we're aware of is 10 ounces. That thing ran for $175 million in our world. So Damn.
Well, this is it, boys. I'm gonna retire now. We had a fun run.
With a cool rock that I could use as a focus, actually.
Yep. So, you make your way back. Ashwell, what do you do with your week's worth of time?
Oh boy. Honestly, Ashwell is going to keep things on the DL this week. He's going to focus his time on healing up. He did get the ever-living crud kicked out of him, making sure he returns to full form. And in between that, he's going to be looking for a good, discreet tailor. Someone who, not just a tailor, but also, I guess, an armorer. He wants to find someone who's capable of working in both cloth, leather, and potentially metal.
So you've got a expert clothier that works for you already on payroll, even just upstairs from the hideout. For a metal person, like a blacksmith, you can go ahead and give me an investigation intelligence roll.
Okay. All right. For the clothier, that's probably the primary one, but I will take a look for the metal at least, just to make sure. It's investigation. Whoa-bam! Into the dice tower it goes.
Nice. Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me. Yeah, please be making your rolls to the dice tower, guys. But fantastic. Yeah, you're the homie, dude. Appreciate you. So you spend your week searching high and low throughout the Merchants Guild until finally you find a disgruntled dwarf that just lost his job. He worked for a arms manufacturer called Kagran Arms here in the city. And it appears that in the last season, the business that he worked for in Kagranaz was robbed, and they had like a really important asset that was stored there stolen from them, and now he's come to Blackwood in search of more work, and they overhired, and he was let go.
Damn, this poor guy. All right. So Ashwell's going to keep an eye on him, see his daily routine, and then at some point, he's going to see if he can't find him at his residence, wherever it may be, whatever it might entail, and try to speak to him discreetly, out of line of sight of, and basically out of away from public eyes.
Yeah, so he's staying with his aunt while he's here because he doesn't have enough money to have a place of his own. You can go ahead and give me a stealth check to break in at night and make your way in undetected, where you can have a private conversation with him.
Perfect.
Ooh.
Also, did I get inspiration from the beginning of the episode?
Yeah, everybody that contributed got inspiration.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Natalie cheats for inspiration, but that's okay. You can do that. I encourage it, in fact. I encourage cheating for inspiration. Hey, that's what I tell my students. I tell my students that it's okay to cheat by writing down the answers to problems and then memorizing it, so when they come back to their tests, they know the answers.
I remember what my engineering teacher told me, which is, don't guess at what you should know. So...
That's true, too. I just mean to say that I literally just tell them to study. Like, I'm just describing the process of studying to them.
Very fair.
What's up, Jihan?
Oh, did we? Were we the ones that robbed them in Kagranaz?
Yeah, 100%.
Fuck.
He might not know that, though.
This is most useless shit. Don't guess on things you should know. So basically, fuck you if you don't know it.
What it was really saying was, use your fucking calculator. So...
Oh, well, I guess that would have a different meaning if it was from, like, an English teacher.
Yes, it's very fair.
Fair enough.
So yeah,
yes,
100%. You break in, no problem. The window is not locked because it's on the second story, and you're able to just like clamber up, no problem. Sneak in while he's sleeping, and you find a writing desk with a chair is the only other furnishing in the room besides the bed that he's asleep in.
That's perfect. Ashwell is going to he's gonna sort of creep up to the bed, wearing the full mask, his cloak, and take a finger out and just gently put it over his mouth, and just in case if he starts like shouting or makes any exclamations, put his hand like ready to cup it shut. And what's this gentleman's name again for my little research?
His name is Durgan. He is a dwarf with no surname because he was a commoner.
Gotcha. And I'm gonna have Ashwell sort of push his hand to his mouth and just say, Durgan, wake up. Huh? It's alright. It's alright. I'm not going to hurt you. I apologize. Slowly removes the hand. Just don't shout or yell. I'm not here to fight or to cause any harm.
He's like out of breath because he just woke up with a start.
Yeah. Breathe for a second, Durgan. Is it alright if I have a seat? And he gestures towards the chair.
All right then.
Thank you. And he goes over, he takes the chair, gently lifts it up and puts it down, sits down at it near the bedside. So, I have been working for a while now in the city. You can call me the Ivory Shade for now. I'm looking for someone who's good with metalwork. And I hear, Durgan, you're pretty good. Seems you had a little run-in with misfortune lately, didn't you?
He nods.
Okay. I'm going to offer you a rather exclusive commission. If you take it, then I can promise you steady work, likely for the foreseeable future. And a promise that one day, if you see need to leave, I'll let you go, with the understanding that any work you do for me, you do quietly, and never breathe a word of it to a soul. If anyone asks, you work for a local armorer. You don't need to say the name, doesn't matter. I'll provide credentials if anyone were to ask.
Why don't you go ahead and give me... Oh, sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's right. Oh, he's just going to say, I need blades.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and give me a persuasion check?
Alright. Oh boy. Let's see. Can I actually make it intimidation, considering I broke into this guy's house fully armed and geared? Okay, thank you. Alright.
Yeah, he pulls the sheets off the bed and like makes to get up. He's wearing like kind of raggedy sleeping clothes and puts his slippers on and says, with his hand extended towards you,
You've got yourself a dwarf.
Ashwell shakes his hand. Excellent. Excellent. I'm gonna need you at first light. You're going to go to... and I'm going to ask this question because it's been a while, and my brain is fuzzy and filled with garbage. Where precisely in the city is the actual, like, is our syndicate located out of?
You are
base of operations.
just down the street from the Artisan's Grove. You're still technically at the Artisan's Grove because your the clothier that you are in the basement of is attached to it, but he's like at the end of the road.
Gotcha. Okay. That's fair.
Here, I can actually, I can click this and make that link shareable, so everybody that's seeing the map, you can literally just go to that when you feel like it. You can
Okay, perfect. That'd be fantastic. Yeah, I see it. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at that. That's awesome. Thank you. All right. So I just nod. You're going to go to the Artisan's Grove first thing in the morning. You're going to wait by a small building, red brick. You'll see it. I've marked it with an X, white charcoal. Go there. First light tomorrow. I'll be by to pick you up and take you to your new residence of work. I can let you leave as you would. Might even be able to set you up with a room. And we'll get you to work. I'm gonna need you to make me more of these. And he holds up one of his guitars, one of the song.
He's
not
kind
magical.
of taken aback.
Oh, such fine work. I've never seen anything like it.
All honesty, neither had I. But I don't need you to make it as good as this, if you even could. I don't know. No offense. I just need approximations. Well-balanced, sharp, tempered blades of a similar build. I need a set of 8 of them, as soon as possible. And I will provide you with the materials you require.
I'll need a workshop as well, sir.
Out of character, does the Syndicate actually have, like, an area for blacksmithing in it? I figured we would have something or close to it.
So I will take this opportunity to go ahead and go to the Syndicate hideout for you real quick, and as you can tell up in the top corner,
Yes.
there is actually... Am I on player view mode? Yeah, I am on player view mode. There is an empty room. You can probably see where all the doors are up in the left-hand corner. There's 2 doors that you can access, and yeah. There is an empty room there that you could set up to do that. You would just have to pay for the materials and make it into a proper workshop.
Okay, excellent.
It would be in the Strongholds and Followers, which I will look at now. I believe it's 500, but I want to make sure.
Okay. Yeah, I see it. Perfect.
Where do I go again?
All right, yeah, he's gonna work towards that then. Right now he's got a grand total of how much gold we got on you, cowboy? Been a while since I fired this up and took a look. You said 500 gold?
Yeah, it would cost 500 gold, yeah.
Perfect. I have the gold. All right then. So he's gonna go. He's gonna make sure he takes care of that for him for tomorrow morning. He nods. All right. I can provide you one. We have a station. In fact, actually, if you'd like, I will happily go with you into the bazaar and help you find the materials you need to breathe a little bit of life into our old forge.
I'll be happy to do whatever you need. Just don't tell me what you do with it.
Don't worry. Discretion is all I require. I'll see you in the morning then. And he goes to the window. And he pauses and turns around. Make sure you lock your windows, though, from now on. The city's not always very safe, and I am the most benign thing that can come through them. And he's gonna sort of leap off there and disappear into the night as Batman as he can.
Yeah, you shroud yourself in shadow and you are gone, man. 100%. Sweet. Okay, is there anything else anybody wanted to do in that little week real quick?
I just want my talent. My wizard abode.
Yeah, I still need to find a candidate for the...
Oh, I lied. It's free. You keep your gold.
Sick. All right, awesome. That works.
Oh, so working with Zarn, we do need to get her a weapon.
I think we cut off Kanan real quick.
Oh, I still gotta find a candidate for the tree, the woodsman guy.
We can do that in the 3 months worth of downtime. That's going to be a bit longer term of a thing.
Okay.
But good thinking. We'll hold on to that and we'll get back to it. Vaunt, what were your question?
Making magic items does take work weeks. So getting started on something like that would be apt. So, Zarn, do you have any weapons that I could enchant?
I want to say I have daggers, but let me double check.
You could always buy whatever you needed.
Or you can steal it too.
It says I have a scimitar.
Ooh.
And a long bow.
Vaunt is being kindly because a lot of you helped save him. So he is going to offer his services just this once as a means to sort of pay back the favor. Also, he kind of feels bad that you died.
Well, Zorn will gladly take him up on that offer, as she feels rather barren without a magic weapon anymore.
I'm no smith, so I cannot make you metal, or am I a metallurgist? I'm more of a savant in enchanting, if you will. The runic kind.
Oh, you were asking. I'm sorry, yes. Runes sound good. Sorry, it's... Go ahead.
Oh, you're fine. Bring me a weapon worthy of my time, and I shall, bestow it with something tasteful.
Sounds perfect.
Excellent. Now allow me to open Xanathar's Guide to Everything. As I figure out how many more things this shall take me.
Said in character.
In character, yes, Xanathar, my favorite. No, I'm kidding. Let's see. Xanathar's Guide to Everything. Downtime activities. Crafting an item.
I can also open that up here. Yay. I can actually...
You know, I might want to have a two-handed weapon, because those hit a little bit harder, don't they?
Yes.
I'd say so.
Might go pick up one of those.
What would you like?
Thinking some type of sword. Go with the classic.
So you're gonna go great sword?
Yeah, I think so.
Sure. You can have that. I'm looking for items right here. $50 gold.
I will need to borrow a little funds from someone until I can find a buyer for this Star Sapphire.
How much gold are you gonna need to borrow?
I only have 10 gold.
How much is it total for this?
50.
Oh, 50 gold. Yeah, no, the Bank of Ashwell's open for business. You can take 50. But yeah, no, Ashwell will gladly loan you the 50.
I appreciate you, and I will pay you back. I just gotta get the weapon first, and then I'll worry about selling the item and getting my money.
Since enchanting a weapon isn't technically a downtime activity, crafting an item would be. So I'd be crafting a magic item. So you, Derek, it's up to you to determine what I would need. Also, it's technically up to Zarn what kind of enchantment you want, and that would very much have a lot of effect on how and what I need to do to go about enchanting it.
Take some time to think about it, and we can get to it as part of the rest of the 3 months.
I get an example or two, so I know what, because I have never done that before.
If you
I don't know what my options are.
Weapon, that would probably be up to Derek. What kind of material? I'd imagine some sort of like magical essence of something would be apt for that. Like whatever Derek would say would be appropriate. Some sort of maybe magical oil or something like that for me to enchant the sword.
So
or
it
tools I need to get
depends
to
on
create these
the
runes.
effect, right? So like, if you just wanted to deal like extra damage of like a particular element, then that is pretty easy to do. Hey, what's up, Maka? Good to see you, buddy. Appreciate you being here. If you are looking for a way to have it store a spell that you can activate like once per long rest or something, then that would be something else. It would just depend on the spell that you would want. It's pretty open in so far as like what it is that you want, but the easiest thing and simplest thing and cheapest thing is just to make it like a +1 or a +2 weapon. Just know that no matter what, the minimum is it's going to cost at least like probably 500 gold just to make it a +1.
Yeah, it's and that would take me 2 work weeks. So
Okay.
it would take me a little bit of time. But I
CC.
could get it done.
Gamers Ledge. Damn, we got all the homies. What's up?
Oh,
Nice.
if you want
Okay,
something
I'll-
fancier than that, we can do that because you have that cool gem.
That is
So,
true.
money is
Yeah.
not an object here.
I'll give it a little thought and then I'll let you know.
For sure.
Okay, so just before, I don't want to, like, cut anybody off, but we're all good with that week?
Yep.
Seems good to me.
Fantastic. So you hear the bell ringing as you are going about your day on the 8th day. Who might be the one that would be in the actual office? The guild leader clubhouse portion.
Don't look at me.
I guess Kanan would be.
So, Kanan, you hear the bell ringing, but a moment later, there is a knock at the door. Umok shuffles up quickly, like a good boy, and opens the door for his mama. In strides Ethel and 2 of her summer knights. Their shields and armor used to be tarnished and kind of like aged, but now it's gleaming and glistening, and you can see it burning within from magic light. There's a number of like sprites and other fairies and like small tiny fae that are flitting here and there, and a couple of them are even like holding the backdrop of Ethel's dress as she comes in. She always looked pretty like good and like well taken care of, but like the garments that she's wearing now are like almost, they definitely hurt your eyes to look at because you're not a creature of brightness. As she comes in, she bows deep to you and says, "Ah, my cousin Kanan, it is so nice to see you again. And might we all speak?"
Okay.
So the rest of the party is summoned. She is standing over by the shelf on the opposite side of Zarn, where her drink is being poured by one of her knights. When she takes it, she takes a long draught and says, "The Summer Court is incredibly grateful for what you have accomplished. Your sacrifice, Lady Zarn, was not in vain."
Thank you. It kind of sucked, but I'm glad to be back.
The forces that move against you are the same that have moved against us. Kanan, they are the same that have moved against your mother for over a generation. These Cretans. It is time I answer your questions. She hands something to one of her knights, who walks up and places it on the table. It's this cylindrical device with like a cone at the top, and when he twists it, it springs open to like this star-shaped pattern. And when he sets it on the table, there's this amorphous like bubble that grows to encapsulate the entirety of the room. And the camera like pans outwards, and all sound like ceased outside of that bubble. The flickering of the candles can no longer be heard, but then when we come back in, sound kind of like resonates and like bounces off the walls as if you're in like a perfectly acoustic shell. She says, "I would have you ask your questions after I make my statement, if you would be so kind."
Okay.
Ashwell just sort of gestures like a go ahead.
The Queen of the Nagorn Empire seeks to usurp the realm of Arcadia. She seeks to merge it with this realm, sundering it from the material plane and claiming it as her own, transcending the elven species' rights as godhood and making her own way. She has claimed the Shard of the Ancient, a device so powerful it allows one to transcend immortality itself. "Do you know of the gods in this world?" she asks.
not all.
I hope you wouldn't be offended if I say no.
Quite a few.
Pay a lot of attention in Sunday school.
I've done a lot of research.
There is a method to their transcendence. The first stage is known as profanehood. Those that still walk amongst us, those that have begun their process to mantle another god and take their position where the multiverse ceases to recognize them as two separate entities and is no longer able to discern the difference, for their paths have become one.
Can I make a religion check on this phenomenon?
Yeah.
Okay. Because this sounds like spell plague. Whoops, I meant to roll that in the tower. My bad, I forgot.
That's fine, a 24. So what do you want to know about this?
What will this cost? And how would it affect people if it were to happen? Would it be like a spell plague-esque event?
When what happens?
If someone were to transcend to divinity, to godhood, would a god somehow get ousted to make room for them?
It depends on the method, right? So if you are killing a god and then taking their essence and then making yourself into a new god, then yes. But that's more of like if you are two entities that might already be demigods, right? Creatures that are already brimming with enough power that they are capable of transcending this mortal coil through the means of artifacts specifically, or rituals or spells, or trading their soul with a piece of another god. There's a lot of different ways you could go about doing it. In order to really do the other method, you have to start down the path of taking the same actions or actions that are so similar to an existing god that reality can no longer... You do it so much that reality can no longer tell the difference between the two. You cease being immortal and you transcend to that god, where you merge into a single entity. The self is annihilated in that, whereas it is kind of subsumed into a god. But that was kind of the point. That's for profane god. She goes on to say, the next stage is profound. Those gods that have transcended this coil, those that have made a realm for themselves, these are those that no longer walk amongst this earth. The Empress is now one. She seeks something far beyond. The final stage is referred to as fundamental godhood. Those that have preceded reality to the degree that they can create their own. She seeks to take this realm as her reality and make that into her celestial realm. This may mean nothing to a tiefling or a human or a Yuan-Ti, but to all those that share even a modicum of an elven soul. She looks to you, Kanan. They would find that reincarnation be a one-way trip. They would not be reborn as a Kulayed Rathian. They would be, instead, merely a puppet of Empress Talia Stormwind's will. Whatever realm comes after this one, she will exist outside of. But she won't care. She'll already have won.
Oh boy. Elves seeking something that they cannot have. What is new? History tends to repeat itself.
So, wait a minute. And Astral sort of just like puts his fingers to the temple of his mask and looks up again. So, not only is the Empress a power-mad, crazy, insane person, we already knew that, but she's willing to overthrow the entire cosmic order of the universe because living forever isn't good enough?
This would not be her first time being party to such. The elemental plane of fire, as you may know it, Vaunt, to us, the realm of embers. The god, the great Sultan, was dethroned by force. A single angel of the Forge Mother and the Empress brought him low and killed a fundamental god.
They killed the Sultan.
She nods. The Forge Mother has claimed the city of Brass for her own.
That makes no sense. You cannot kill those which cannot be killed.
She nods. The heart of this mirror. It was a gambit, one crafted by the Sverfneblin Empress. A facsimile of the great diamond that rests at the heart of this world. She traded it under the pretense that the great Sultan could claim this realm as his own. He bought it hook, line, and sinker. He put his very essence into it, not knowing it was a trap. And when the Empress and the Angel of Wrath smote him, it destroyed him forever.
And this hasn't completely thrown the cosmological wheel into turmoil? How?
She laughs. Those that took the city of Brass are more ferocious than the demons that they seek to destroy. They have begun what they call the Eternal Crusade. Armageddon eternally. They war in the abyss, seeking each level for their own. They have a treaty with Hell. A daughter of the Forge Mother now reigns as Asmodeus.
Does no one anywhere on this plane not, like, occasionally hear things like treaty with Hell and literally killing gods and not think that might be a bad idea? People think I'm greedy. Jeez. That's insane.
You saw what the daughter of the Empress was able to wrought at the festivities, did you not?
I did, but it's not like it's the first time I've ever seen a noble or a higher born killed, and it's not the first time I've seen terrifying magic before. Or if it was the first time seeing a dragon, that was new. But the rest... that's... So you're saying it's not just a little bit of the usual whiz-bang magic, it's literally burning the cosmos in a stove to get power, and not minding that you're literally dismantling the very nature of reality to do it?
You don't understand magic, my boy.
No.
This isn't even magic. This is of the arcane. Most people don't know or understand it. Why, even to the people that claim to understand it, it is still archaic and enigmatic. And on that note, Derek, I have a question for you.
What's up, buddy?
Is there some sort of cosmological wheelhouse like the city of Sigil that allows one to get from one plane to the next?
So, no. They have been cut off. It was open in such a way about 50 years ago, and go ahead and give me an intelligence check, actually.
Sure. Just a straight intelligence
Just
check?
a straight intelligence check. You can do history if you have proficiency with history.
I do have proficiency in history, and I have proficiency in all intelligence stats.
Smart.
I'm the genius. I am.
You would recognize that what she's saying lines up with what happened 50 years ago, a phenomenon that changed the way that magic functions within this realm forever. When the Shard of the Ancient was taken, this realm was cut off from all the other realms, and every other realm was cut off from itself, because each god shielded their realm. Each entity that ruled over that realm, or like body of entities that ruled over that realm, elected to cut it off from the cosmos. That way it's not going to be easily accessible to the Elven Empress that is attempting to utilize the material plane as the kindling for her ascension to fundamental godhood.
So that would explain why perhaps tuning forks don't have any resonation anymore. Is that a fair shot?
Sure.
Because that would sort of click with fun. You know, I'm not the sort of restore things to cosmological order, but I do much enjoy magic and the conveniences that come with it. So perhaps, speaking plainly, there's a way to fix this.
The last time something like this happened, she looks to Zarn. It was one of your kind. Remind us, Zarn, what happened to them?
Yeah, they were pretty much wiped out. It was not a good day for us, Yuan-Ti.
Each entity that has come close. You encountered the Elven King Vandrayan in the depths below you spoke of, correct?
Indeed.
In the age past this one, before the Yuan-Ti King attempted to ascend, it was he who did so. And before him, it was the King of Lemuria. And before him, the King under the Mountain of the Dwarves. Each entity that has attempted to take this realm as their own has been visited by one more powerful beyond all reckoning. She says a name, and it's as if sound itself rebels against her. You can make out the syllables she sounds out, but the moment she's done speaking the word, it leaves your mind and your memories. But you get the impression in your mind of death, and you can see in your mind's eye the first vampire again, laughing when he was freed. She goes on to say the servants of that, the first vampire being one of them. They are bound to the creations with which they were first forged. The hand of annihilation. That is what the Empress's daughter bears. And what is bound to it is the sword that the Empress herself wields in battle. Thanatos, the sword, Venatis, the hand. These two machinations have been given form beyond all other. A single stroke will destroy you utterly. He will visit her.
Doubts.
She raises her eyebrows. She will be visited, wherever the Empress is. She says the name again. Will visit her. She may refuse him. She would be the first. That does not bode any better for you and I.
Well, complacency will just allow worse things to happen. So, I figure that I will be the sole person that could traverse the plains amongst us. So perhaps it shall be I who champions this cause. Of course, with the price. I can't work for free.
She looks to Kanan like he speaks for you.
I'm gonna do an insight check
Okay.
On me?
on Vaughn.
Sure, man. You're a sorcerer. You fling your spells on willy-nilly. I write everything down meticulously.
So roll it into the tower for me, please. Okay, good job. What are you trying to figure out?
Well, Vaughn, he seems to be all for one, you know, so.
You know me.
So, it would probably be a bad idea.
Oh, would it? While you pluck the strings of the multiverse, I play them with a bow. You are unpracticed. I am a professional.
Give it to
I
him.
am the orchestra to your busking, as it were.
I actually kind of understood that one. I just wanted to contribute that to the table.
So what say you, sorcerer? Do you truly know the multiverse?
I guess for now.
What do you think?
Ashwell turns to Ethel. So these other planes, I assume there's just as many dangers, if not infinitely more, on them than there are here, right?
She nods.
Ashwell turns his masked helmet across the table and looks at Zarn and looks at Vaunt and everyone else and says, "Then you're gonna need somebody to be taking the hits for you, because none of you idiots could even get to a dungeon without me getting stabbed 8 times on your behalf."
That's because you're at the front.
Yes, because if you were, you'd have been dead long before I had to drag your ass back here. Whatever we do, it's gonna have to be all together, likely. No one person gets to be the glory hog on this, because that seems to be what the fucking problem is. And he looks over at Ethel. Because it seems like people, when they have power in front of them, can't help themselves. Now, can they?
Are you speaking of me?
Everyone. Literally... I'm a thief for a living. All I do is steal shit from people. And I can tell you, 85% of those people, making that up because all statistics are made up, didn't deserve what they had. And the remaining 15% didn't know what they had and were being chased for it.
Have you ever once considered that you're stealing the wrong things?
Well, I steal the things that make meaningful change in this world. I can't use
superficial and material things. You don't steal the minds of the people. You don't steal philosophies. You steal objects.
I steal lives. And I steal the thing that gives empires breath, which is gold. And yes, you need gold for your magic too, as I recall. I might not be a wizard, but I do know that whenever some big shot wizard's casting a spell, he's the first person to be looking for loans, because to bring back the dead costs like 500 gold. Or to get this component requires a diamond or something like that. Because everything is tied to wealth. I'm not saying I steal the only thing of value, but at least I know exactly what that value is. Most people who chase power have no idea what they're chasing until it blows up in their face, like Queen Empress the Maniac currently is trying to dismantle reality for like super immortality or some shit. Sorry, I'm having a hard time not feeling like every single time I'm starting to get my life together, some idiot on a higher pedestal's peeing on me from above and telling me it's rain.
You can all hear the sound of music, and when you turn to face it, it's Ethel's laughter. She got a big kick out of that, Ashwell. Ah, now that is the reaction I was looking for.
Well, you
Not
see a
mage.
villain, I see competition.
I don't see a villain. I just see someone who desperately needs a knife in their back. I'll do that shit for free.
A knife in the back would not stop the Empress by this point.
Like I said, he thinks too small. Allow me.
Please, wizard.
I have the ability and knowledge to be able to, let me put it in terms Ashwell can understand, flush people from planes and back to where they belong. Now, if I were to get close enough to this, creature, I'll call her, I could perhaps manipulate the fabric of reality around her and put her back where she belongs on the material. That would be quite difficult and it would take a lot of time, and it's not a simple wave of a spell, but I could do it.
She shakes her head. No, you could not.
You'll really have no idea how powerful this Empress is. Zar knows a little bit. Natalie knows a lot.
She is guarded by the King of Elves, who stepped down because he saw her as the rightful ruler. And his dragon, Starfire, an ancient red worm. They reside in Arcadia. She sings her arch tree into existence. Stopping her would require something far more powerful than that. Something far more powerful than any of us in this room capable of. But she looks to Kanan, your mother, and mine. The Lady of the Winter Court sups now with mine, the Signet. There is an alliance being forged, Kanan. One that has been schismed for aeons before. Arcadia will open its gates to Lady Persephone again. All trespasses of the past forgotten. As it turns out, even Archfey don't want to be consumed by an errant god.
Zarn's gonna speak up and ask, I'm sorry, what is it you're wanting us to do with this Persephone?
In time, all will be known. Their machinations are beyond our comprehension, and we will know when it is time for us to know. For now, we seek out to strengthen our grip on this realm. The first might be to claim, well, dominion over the city would be nice. Ousting the first vampire. Because of the princess's link to, and she says the name again, she is blind to the first vampire's ways. She will not see him for what he truly is. He will step up and rule Blackwood if he is not stopped.
I have a professional issue with that because I'd rather continue to work here under my own auspices. So, what was that you said earlier, Vaunt? Competition? At least you and I can agree on what to do with that, right?
Indeed. It must be, flushed, removed, extracted.
And I know for a fact that vampires do in fact die to blades. Just the right kind. So I'm in.
Where does this creature belong? Does it belong here on the material, or is it that it's tethered? Right.
It was created when the Sword of Annihilation was first forged in the heart of a star. the first of its kind, a shackle to the weapon's power. It must be destroyed before the weapon can ever be purified. If we could do that, we might take a powerful weapon from the Empress.
And of course I shall wield it. As though something so cosmologically abstract would be best left in the hands of a
swordsman. A sword. It's a sword.
Perhaps we worry about the details after we've secured the weapon.
That sounds smart to me.
Very well, but my opinion shall not sway nor change.
I wouldn't expect it to.
Wise.
The weapon resides now upon the Isle of Requiem, where it is watched over by Nagrarok, the sword god.
Come again?
Bound to the weapon, he was given guardianship over it. His lordship was what carved a way for Empress Talia in the first place.
I'm somewhat familiar with this god, and that makes this all the more challenging. It will not be an easy fight.
Is this truly a god, or is it an expression? Hyperbole, as it were?
Yeah, it's a god.
Once upon a time, it was, but, as you put it, an expression, but the Empress fed power to the fledgling god, and made him, the term would be, profound.
Oh, wait. We're going to kill someone who's trying to ascend to become a god. And to do that, we need to break their power in this realm, which requires that we start knocking off lieutenants and supporters and powerful assets, that I get, including a vampire. But to kill the vampire, we need to kill a god? That anyone else feel that's a little ass backwards? There.
No.
Okay, how the fuck are we gonna do that then?
This whole thing sounds confusing, and Soren's a little skeptical about the whole thing.
Makes perfect sense to Vaughn.
What questions have you, Zorn?
You really expect us to kill this god, is that correct?
You recovered the Codex Chronos, didn't you? I don't expect you to march over to the Isle of Requiem and put a sword through a god, no. How you do so. We will help how we can, but we do not have something sitting around capable of destroying a god.
Gods are just like us, with inflated egos. They have this sort of heightened self-importance. If you butter them and speak to them in a cordial way, perhaps we could eke it from them, without even raising a weapon. Wouldn't that be lovely? Or I could trick them.
The issue becomes, if it becomes aware that we tricked it, and then it comes for us, and then it really is a problem we have to raise a sword against. I'm not saying I'm all for let's go kill the gods, but I mean, that does sound delightful in the long run. But in the meantime, practically speaking, we probably should be... It's not a bad idea to steal from it. Let's just not pretend there's not going to be consequences, okay?
Of course, but those consequences will soon be menial.
There is another way.
Speak.
We take the Shard of the Ancient.
Significantly more difficult, but sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds like more work and infinitely harder.
And I'm not getting paid enough for that.
Are we getting paid for this?
We better be.
Let's secure that in advance, because last time we worked for this lady, it turns out we were doing it pro bono, which Zarn is not going to do again.
I will not lie to you. Taking the Shard of the Ancient may just be as difficult as killing the Empress, but... well, you are a guild of thieves, are you not? I would suspect you specialize in the taking of the property of others.
There's only one thief at this table, I'm afraid. And I have to admit, even my expertise would be stretched by that. Not that I shirk away from a challenge.
Make no mistake. You will still need to destroy or cleanse the Sword of Annihilation. The first vampire must fall, and it may be some time before that. But first thing would be finding a way to kill Nagrabok.
I shall do it then. I am versed in deities, as it were.
He will recognize you, Kanan, for you are marked by your mother. He was sworn in servitude to Lady Persephone for some time before he turned his back on her.
Oh, he's a traitor.
Indeed, for he loved Talia, the Empress.
Love, such a fickle thing. But you did avoid the question. How much are we getting paid?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is dodging utter annihilation not enough for you?
No, because I need to live afterwards.
Who says we're getting annihilated? I mean, this isn't technically our fight. This is something you're coming to us with. Oh, we could go on living our lives happily without interfering.
This realm will be consumed all the same.
I'm no elf.
I'll be dead.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but in case anyone might have noticed, it's not like as though the Empress is at all benevolent, or for that matter, even that good a ruler now, with apparently cosmological power, the likes of which my mortal mind can't comprehend. I can't imagine our situation's gonna get any better when that gets worse. What,
Indeed.
You think deity lady's gonna just ease up and suddenly be chill?
But you're missing the point. You act as though that this woman that is coming to us with this proposition comes here on altruistic means.
Oh, absolutely not.
There is something to be gained. And if there's going to be anything to be gained, it's going to be gained by me.
Okay, how about I put it a different way? We're thinking too small, Bont. She's asking us to vacate a throne. The least we can ask is that if we're not going to have anyone sitting there, because apparently sitting on the throne, and he turns to Ethel, apparently that's the end of all things, because that's when someone becomes a god and gets a crazy trip and decides to destroy all reality or burn it like kindling or some crazy crap I can't comprehend, because people with magic are scary. And he points to literally everyone else at the table. That is both compliment and insult, by the way. So instead, if we can't have one person take that throne, what if the payment is that we not only keep people off of that throne, make it safe for smaller fiefdoms of our own? Everyone at this table wants something, right?
The throne, the more we talk about this throne, the more appealing it sounds.
Right?
But I'm a fair person. I'm all about trade.
Okay.
A little bit
Well
of
then.
tit for tat. I think I'd be a fair god.
I'm fine without gods, but I'm definitely more fine with the idea of us being able to do our respective businesses in this realm without some cosmic overlord leering at us. So, if we overthrow the Empress, we do what any good thief does. We loot the body. We take what's ours. That could be our payment. We are talking about killing the single richest person on this planet, right?
Question. So Naggarok loves Talia, so presumably Talia loves Naggarok. Are we not at all worried of incurring her wrath if we were to kill her god?
She smiles, and therein lies the issue.
And therein lies why Zarn is very hesitant to go through with this.
Now, think of it this way. When people get angry, they get sloppy. And when they're sloppy, they have much more vulnerabilities than if someone would be, say, standing vigilant and waiting to be attacked, rather than going on it.
You misunderstand. The queen is not vulnerable while she sings her arch tree in Arcadia. She is only vulnerable if she comes back here. You see, if she is destroyed there, she has not firmly rooted herself enough. It would be like destroying a devil here, sending it back to where it belongs.
Indeed, but it would be starting from the bottom of the food chain.
It also sounds a lot like a problem for tomorrow. We're already assuming we can succeed at this, which, again, as I've stated, it might be well beyond the capacity now, and probably ever, but if it isn't, even getting the Empress dead would be a minor miracle, and I don't even really put much stock in that kind of thing. If we can get that done, honestly, another god chasing after us is just a one-to-one switch of one problem for another, and we deal with that day. We don't even need to necessarily go all in on this. It's not like any one of us have our god-killing pants on yet. We don't even have a firm hold in this city.
Whether or not the royalty of the Nagorn Empire is destroyed at all is secondary. All the Summer Court seeks is to stop Talia from taking this realm and merging it with Arcadia.
Very well. Give me some time. Perhaps a month or two. I shall have research and theories and possible ways to handle a situation. In the meantime, I have a tower to get.
If there is anything else, please let us know. All right, and I think that's where we're going to go into our break, everybody. So, thank you for joining us for this evening. We are going to go ahead and take a quick 5-10ish minute break or so, and we will be right back. Okay, I don't know if we're audio clear or not, so... Oh, you too, man.
that's right. You put your hand in the death bowl and you didn't die. I remember that quite clearly.
So that was the card I drew. Yeah, I require no food, drink, air, or sleep.
God, trigger no warforged all birds.
And I live forever, so.
That's notable.
Unless I die. I don't know how that works.
Well, immortality and invulnerability are two different things. So
Yeah,
it's a Superman problem. How long does Superman live? In truck. It's interesting.
Yeah, so I need to get some spells where I can just take people to space and then or drag them underwater with my 8 strength.
There is one option, which is entertaining.
Yeah.
You can actually tackle someone into a bag of holding.
Yeah.
It has no air.
Alaska.
I actually had a plan a long time ago when I was playing a Warforged battle, like a Warforged army campaign where all of us are fighting the same conflict. And the solution for that was like, how are we gonna get into a base? And it's simple. We had one Warforged with the sneaky scout guy disguised himself like a guard, carrying a satchel. The satchel was a bag of holding. Because we're all Warforged, we didn't need to breathe, so we just all hung out in the bag of holding and leapt out like a clown car when we got inside. What's up? Alright, yeah, we'll let Derek know. So what is it that you're doing just to make sure it's fine? Oh, cooking, yeah, no problem. Yeah. No problem, man.
That's why I like the monk, because monk you could there was a fight where we were surrounded on a high, kind of like a platform. We're surrounded by zombies, but then I just proceeded to push them off, and you get 3 attacks or something with the monk. It was, yeah, you get to kick them or hit them back 15 feet or something. And they just have 60 foot of movement or something, or 60 squares or whatever.
Yeah, they have a base movement speed of 60 feet, I think.
Yeah, and I was,
Plus 20 feet. Nuts.
it's kind of OP at close quarters.
Yeah, the trick is they can't really take hits very well. They're not terrible, but they're about as durable as a ranger.
But that's not gonna happen for a while.
We're about ready to come back, boys.
This is so weird. That is the weirdest thing. Alright, well, I think we're ready to come back, so let's go ahead and get back.
I did want to let you know before we jump on
Oh,
that Red just told us that he has to cook for his mom quickly. She's sick, and apparently he needs to do that fast.
no problem.
So he's going to be a little more than 10 minutes, but he will be back. It's just going to be a little bit. So.
No problem. All right. Well, I guess that after the meeting, that would be a good time for us to start going around the wheel and looking at what each individual wants to do with the remaining 3 months of downtime that they have at their disposal. Y'all roll a d10.
In the dice tower?
Yes. Just waiting on Ashwell's. Oh, is that a little D20 cup? That's so cute.
Mm-hmm. Ah.
I
Love this
saw
cup.
that earlier, wanted to say something, but we were like in the middle of everything.
Yeah, I love this cup. Yeah, this is actually a little thing that I kept over from the house after the divorce. It's a good trinket. I love it.
It's cute. I didn't get your roll, by the way, buddy.
Oh, whose roll? Okay.
Yours.
Okay, so a D10 you said?
Yeah, just in the dice tower.
Got ya.
All right, y'all want to go high or low?
I'll go high.
Dion, you want to go high or low?
Hello.
Natalie?
I'll roll again, because your thing's right in front of me, so I already saw what I rolled.
Oh, fair enough. Thank you for being honest.
Keep
Okay.
my eyes averted.
I'll roll
I'll
again.
go low.
Okay. Well, we got it.
Well, you and Omni tied, so I'll let y'all decide who wants to go first.
Go for it, Omni.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. So the remaining 3 months. Yikes. So first things first. Ashwell is going to have reached out to our local clothier inside of our base, and he's going to make sure that his current getup is properly reworked. He's also going to probably I'm going to ask you guys this as his way of getting feedback for which name sounds better, Granite Shade or Alabaster Shade, because he's feeling up a slight rebrand for himself. That's genuinely a question I'm asking you guys in character, if you want abstractly to respond which sounds better, Granite or Alabaster.
I personally like Alabaster better.
Yeah, same here.
Okay, that's fair. So when he reaches out to our little clothier, he's gonna see if he can't get his clothing somewhat reworked so that it's a straight gray for the most part, or flat gray. And
If I'm not mistaken,
gonna...
your armor can be made to look however you want it to look.
True. But he wants to make sure that just in case it comes off, he doesn't suddenly lose every aspect of the identity. As well as also looking at getting similar clothing made for at least 10 other people.
Enchanted like yours?
Doesn't need to be enchanted. Just good thief's wraps. Simple leather armor that can be worn.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. So for just standard leather armor, it would be 5 gold for each set.
Okay, excellent. Knowing that now, yeah, we'll gladly get 10 of that then. So that'd be 50 total.
Okay.
So he will gladly take care of that. And after that, Ashwell needs to find out how successful our friend was at finding a couple proteges for him, as well as also how well his own search for 4 people amongst his own ranks, or amongst our ranks right now, goes.
Go ahead and give me a investigation check for that.
Roger Dodger. Let's see, we should open that up. There we go. Investigation.
All right, so the first week you find an urchin, a small child. It seems as though those that you seek out that might be willing to provide their services, they act as if they're not interested. When you attempt to approach, they run from you and give chase, and after you follow them down using the best of your abilities, you find a note left for you in the back of an alley that says, "Better luck next time." As you exit the alley, you come across an urchin. Her hair is blonde and muddied, and she looks up at you with hungry eyes, asking for a morsel of food.
Ashwell looks down. Big eyes, kid. He leans down, takes out a single gold piece, puts it down in front of her, pushes it down and pushes it in front of her. Rough world out there, kid. You all right?
She doesn't say a word to you, but when she takes the coin, like, you can see tears brimming at the corner of her eyes.
Did you see anything back there, kid?
She looks.
See where that person went?
She looks up at you and nods.
I'm willing to give you 5 more gold pieces if you'll take me after them. Show me where they might be hiding.
She points to a sewer grate.
Well worth the investment. Takes out 5 more coins, puts in her hand, sort of closes it around it. Now go, get some food, sleep, and then I want you to find a job. Go see if someone nearby needs a assistant or something in one of the shops. Sure, there's got to be someone in town who could use an able pair of hands. You work, you get out of this gutter, kid. It's not a safe place. He sort of like pats her hand, and goes down the gutter after this guy.
All right, go ahead and give me a survival check to track him.
All right, let's see. Come on, buddy. Come on. If I need to, I will re-roll.
So as you begin making your way through this, like, pipe system of stonework, you start to quickly lose sight of the footprints as you come across mire and murk.
So I clearly lost them.
Mm-hmm.
Can I attempt a re-roll, or perhaps...
Burn your inspiration?
You know what? No. You know what? Can I attempt to see if I can find some other way they might have gone, or perhaps some other sign beyond, like, trying to track footprints or something?
Investigation or perception?
I'll do perception. And he also has his night vision goggles, which he'll, he's sort of integrated into the mask, so he's going to sort of just tap them, make sure they're on so he can see more clearly.
Okay, so then that means that you won't make it with disadvantage.
Okay.
Looks like you also got blessed.
Woo! Very
nice.
No, that was advantage, actually. And bless.
Damn.
Even better.
And another one, apparently. So that's 2 advantages? Nice. One for me and one for the party, I think?
Wow. Yeah, sure. Whoever Bonbon wants the other one to go to, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bonbon.
All right. Does that look like that's something I'm going to need to re-roll, or does that seem like it's good?
You stop for a moment, and when you, like, put your ear to the side of the tunnel, you can hear, like, a scraping sound of a rock being dropped into water down. Very faint.
He's going to follow that. Do his best to keep an eye on things the whole way down. Or rather, in this case, an ear out. See if he can spot any places where, like, the slime on the side of the walls has been moved by people moving past or anything like that. And he's going to follow down and see if he can continue to track this person, or at least observe where they might have passed.
So you come across an intersection where you can see it's like a 4-way intersection, and as you, like, scan over it quickly, you can see a place where the moss has been disturbed, on veering off to the left. When you take a moment to, like, place your back against the wall and look around, you can see the movement of gray, like, against gray, about 90 feet down the corridor.
Troll's gonna sneak down after them. Try to be discreet.
Go ahead and roll stealth.
Roger that. Again, I'll happily reroll if I need to.
You feel your foot step into water, and you stop yourself just before you make a splash. You lift it up and place it to the other side, keeping an eye on your footwork as you make your way down this narrow corridor, until finally you're close enough that you can hear ragged breathing of a fearful person.
Ashwell is going to put his hand, or one of his hands, in his cloak, and sort of like hidden away, and put it on the grip of his guitar and keep the other hand out as he walks forward. He's going to reach into his pack. When he gets close enough, he's going to ignite a torch.
There's a shriek.
It's all right. It's all right, kid. Not gonna hurt you. Really not. Not here for that. If I was, you wouldn't have heard me coming. Just want to talk.
The cloak is now lit, and you can see the color, and it's easier to make out the definition. The person keeps it like drawn in close to their face, and you can see the twitching of the right hand as if they want to reach for something.
Hey, it's all right. He moves his cloak back so he can see that so this person can see he was holding the guitar, and he's going to, while they watch, let go and move his hand away. No need to reach for anything, kid. We're not here for that, right? Two folks here to talk. Was that you who left the note up there? And don't worry about your face. I don't need to see it. He taps his mask. Clearly, I'm rather guarded about my own identity myself. It's fine. Let's just talk. You don't even need to get closer. That sound okay?
They nod.
All right. You don't need to tell me your name. What should I call you?
Whisper.
Whisper. I'm the Shade. The Alabaster Shade. Shade works for now. He's going to take the torch and put it on the side wall where it can sort of sit on its own. I mean, if he needs to, like, take a bit of, like, the scum on the bottom, just going to scoop it up around it so that it sits upright and leans it against the wall. So, that note was yours then. Nice try.
They nod.
I like that. Theatricality. It comes from confidence. You're pretty slick on your feet.
They nod.
What if I told you I'm looking for someone who's swift on their feet? Think of it as an apprenticeship.
I'd ask what it is you wanted.
Tell me, you live down here in this?
They nod.
And you know right above us, more people have more wealth than they know what to ever do with. Cakes, tarts, food and shelter in abundance. Prostitutes, giant estates for one person. Yeah. What I want, take a butcher's knife to that, chop it up into little pieces, and hand it to people who might be better deserving of it. And preferably the people who took that in the first place and made it their own. Not all at once, of course, but good as I am, I can't do this alone. I need people of a like mind and a willingness to act, a willingness to learn. By the time you're done with me, you're not going to be hungry ever again, and no one will ever chase after you, you'll be chasing them. He reaches into his pocket, and produces a dagger, holds it by the blade, and holds it out. It's yours if you want it, kid. What I want is to give you power. All I need is your willingness to work with me to make it meaningful.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check. Take advantage.
All right, let's see. Click persuasion. This is where charisma really sucks with me. And if I need to, I will bless that, or advantage it, or reroll it if I need to.
You see the purple hue of a drow hand reach out from the folds in the cloak and gingerly take the knife out of your hand.
Excellent. Welcome, Whisper. You will be the first of my flock. Now come. Let's get you up top. I can get you a bed, some food, some clean clothes, and we can start seeing what we can do. He holds out his hand, then reaches down and pick up the torch with the other. And you can, of course, keep the knife. And as a payment for your troubles, gets out 5 pieces of gold. That's yours, even if you decide not to do this.
They very quickly take the money out of your hand, like they just pass without any sound whatsoever. The hand just passes over the outstretched hand and the gold is gone.
Oh, I think I made a good choice with you, Whisper. Let's go. And he's gonna start heading topside with one of his new proteges.
Okay. Fantastic. Okay, so let's go ahead and cycle to Zarn now. It is your turn. What are you spending some of your first cycle of your downtime doing?
Well, I don't know how I'm gonna top that. I had goosebumps the whole time.
Good shit, Ami.
Yeah. Very captivating. Zarn is going to try and find out more about the star Sapphire that she acquired.
Certainly. How do you go about doing that?
I think this time I will go back to the Arcane College and see if I can't find, I don't know, someone who looks like they would know how to incorporate this type of jewel into magic. Does that make sense?
Sure. So you go to the College of the Materium. Let's go ahead and pull up the map.
Zarn, also, I guess you now have been given advantage by Chuck Does Stuff.
Oh, thanks, Chuck.
Thank you, Chuck. Appreciate that.
That's a pog.
Pog!
Jesus, scared me. The music's so tense and sudden loud noise. Oh, pussy heart can't take it.
Sorry, buddy.
Oh god, I almost spit up my lemonade when you said that. Jeez.
Dude, the ice settling in my cup scares me. You can't hit me with those. I will do a pog face though. Just a second. That's it. Savor it.
So you make your way to the College of the Materium. After approaching, you are greeted with an entrance that is busy as can be. Students going here and there, using their mage hands to pull books off of walls that are like high above them. And let me go ahead and... Oh, come on, dude. Students going here and there using their mage hands to pull books off of high walls far above them. You can see novices and initiates practicing very simple spellcraft, just trying to get the mastership of cantrips before they're allowed to presume any further in their studies in the courtyards on the spire. There are many people that you could ask, but what I want to know is who?
The oldest, wisest looking one.
So you can go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to do that in the dice.
Dice.
That's fine. You find a teacher leading a class.
Right. Stick around and watch the class, see what he talks about.
He is currently going over the best way to utilize a mage hand. He is making sure that they understand that there's a range to it, but the way that he's describing everything is like such esoteric terms and overcomplicated. He's talking about like plucking the threads of the multiverse and making them sing and do your bidding, and he says that there's like an even more powerful version of this that he and his colleagues employ on the daily, and he begins to incant a spell, and you can give me an Arcana check if you'd like to discern what he's casting.
Oh, see if I can figure it out.
It is unknown to you. Suddenly, many books begin getting picked up, and you can see them all, like, in order, going out and setting themselves back onto, like, different spots of the library that they're in. When this force swirls itself back around to him, he snaps his finger, and it just disappears.
What kind of sorcery is this?
He turns to you and says, "Ah, I see we have a new student here. Welcome."
Oh, yeah, hi, I'm auditing this class.
Are you considering joining the university here?
Yeah, I'm considering it, maybe, you know, hone my skills, learn some new stuff.
Ah, well, the colleges aren't available to just any. You must be admitted. Do you have any aptitude with the arcane arts?
I know a couple of tricks. What can I do that wouldn't cause a lot of damage? Shield is visible, right? Or that's the only reaction.
You can cast any spell that you can cast.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm evil now, so I wouldn't care about hurting someone. I just shoot a firebolt.
Who do you shoot it at?
Not really aiming,
just kind of up in the air, like above everyone's heads.
He claps once you do so, and after it goes a few feet up into the air, there's a lightning bolt that arcs out of a central orb hanging in the spire and neutralizes it before it can cause any damage. It seems to be like an innate counter spell that's kind of like built into the entirety of the realm, or of the tower itself, to neutralize any damaging spells. He claps his hands and says, "Very well, very well. Might I ask who taught you such a thing?"
It's just kind of an inherent gift. I'm blessed in that way.
A sorcerer, then?
Not exactly. Actually, I don't know how fighters get their power.
I thought you had specifically said that it was something that Zarn was capable of.
That's why I thought
too, but I didn't know if that's like canon for fighters or just.
I don't really care what the book says.
It's just kind of an innate gift.
He is amused at that and looks you up and down and says, "Ah, of course. I almost didn't recognize you. I thought, we get so many different types here. You are a Yuan-ti."
That's what they call me.
Your kind are capable of such feats, are they not?
Yeah, pretty cool.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to get back to my class.
Oh yeah, I'm just watching, just observing. Don't pay any attention to me.
So he continues on his lecture for another 30 minutes until he reaches its natural conclusion. And then once he releases the students, they quickly gather up their things and begin to go about their way, having finished class for the morning.
I'm gonna go walk up to his desk once everyone has filed out, and had to clear my throat.
Ah, yes, yes. And your name was?
Yeah, you can call me Zarn.
I am Marstute. I hail from Gia originally, but now I find myself with this illustrious career here in the College of the Materium,
He says as he kind of rolls his eyes.
Yeah, I guess I heard about the tragedy that happened there. Shame.
Yes, quite. Turns out they don't need any more teachers on the metaphysics at the College of the Immaterium, so I am here teaching novices how to utilize the most basic of spells.
He says kind of wearily.
Well, then perhaps you would look forward to something a bit more challenging.
Challenging? What did you have in mind?
Sarge just gonna reach straight into your backpack and pull out the stone and say, "Well, I've got this thing I'm not quite sure what I want to do with."
His eyes go wide and he glistens for a moment.
My, what have you here?
It's a star sapphire, I believe, if I was told correctly.
And by where accounts did you happen upon such a thing?
Just around. I'm always happening into these kind of things.
What is your trade? An adventurer, I presume?
Yeah, totally. Definitely an adventure.
You mercenaries. Pah. I don't believe you comprehend what it is you've come across here, do you?
Well, I'd like to learn. If you're not going to be condescending about it.
This is known as an Eye of Callian, the Crystal Dragon. Have you heard of such a thing before?
I think I've heard the name, but it's been a while, so why don't you go ahead and refresh my memory?
Yes, quite. Well, there was an elf that served the Empress long ago. She sought to betray her, ascended, and took the form of the Crystal Dragon, and now is known as the greatest wizard of all time. Of our time. She has created her own sphere in the cosmos, and these eyes of Callian are manifestations of that betrayal given form, the tears she shed as she fled this realm.
I see. So, tell me more about the stones specifically.
Well, it is said that each one possesses a powerful magical ability. However, how to activate them, no one quite knows.
I'm sure a smart guy like you could figure it out.
Well, I do not believe that I would have the time with my current schedule.
Do you perhaps know of someone who might?
Those that would certainly want it for themselves.
But I could trust you.
I do not have any allegiance to the Nagoran Empire.
Fair point. You know, we probably could use someone of your talents beyond just this. Just depends on your view of not so legal activities.
Give me a persuasion check. Make sure you roll it in the dice tower.
How do you feel about crime?
I'm gonna use my advantage on this.
You're gonna use your advantage on this? Okay.
Oh boy.
The Yuan-Tis don't have emotions, so Zarn's not great on being persuasive, just being loud.
What do you take me for?
Someone smart enough to take up a good offer when it's offered to them?
And how do I know you won't just stab me in the back?
I mean, you don't, but that's just the gamble you take in these kinds of deals.
He is going... you still have a bless, by the way, if you want to apply that now. That can make a big difference, because that bless counts for everyone.
Oh. Yeah, might as well. I don't want to have to go find a whole other person. That's a D4.
D6. Normally it's a D4. That's exactly what you needed. He considers what you say, and you pass the DC 20 check. Yeah, he agrees. He says,
well, I suppose it would offer more opportunity for my career than teaching initiates Mage Hand.
Oh, we're thinking to have a tower soon. I mean, I don't know if the guy who's getting it will want to share, but you could maybe at least, like, visit or something. We'll work out the details later.
He says,
The services that I offer may be limited. The ability to scribe scrolls for you, for instance.
It'll be my secretary.
It's no.
How's that for a career, bitch?
he says,
I can also help with the enchanting of armaments.
There's me time.
Sounds like this is going to be a good arrangement then.
For my services, however, I wish to study this crystal tier of Callian.
Oh yeah, for sure. I thought that was implied.
You have yourself a deal. Marstut of Gia.
Zarn of TBD.
We need a name.
I love the nation of TPD.
It's a small nation, but it's proud.
Straight to
There's
jail.
still a lot in That's just funny.
You make fun of name TBD, straight to jail.
TBD, we have to determine your punishment.
It's to be determined.
But that might take some time, understand?
All right, so you take Marstut to the hideout and get him set up, I assume? Okay, let's go to Kanan. So, Kanan, what are you doing with your first round of downtime activity?
Okay, so Kanan will be, I guess, taking a nap, and I guess in a dream she remembers that she owes the tree. Is that Hyperion?
Yep. Well, Hyperion was the guardian of the grove. The actual the tree itself was linked to the lord of the court.
Yeah, so she's indebted to the lord over there. So she's gonna be like, "Oh crap, I forgot." So she'll call for Umok and visit the local. Is it Adventurers Guild that would have like wanted posters?
So there isn't really an Adventurers Guild. In Blackwood, all of the contracts go through the Mercenary Guild. There is only one group outside of that is authorized to take contracts for classical adventurers inside of Blackwood.
Okay.
But there are mercenary guilds here that are available for contract.
We'll go look at the contracts available. Find a candidate.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Alright. Investigation.
So as you begin searching and asking around through the Goldleaf district, you are told that pretty much everybody has been pawned out in this city. All the official guilds are currently taken over by the influx of contracts. There's a lot of work to be done in keeping caravans safe, escorting. That's what a lot of Blackwood Company is doing. The Red Horns, they only ever work for the city. That's what they do. Murtov's folks are currently being paid exorbitant fees by the Nagoran Empire to venture into the Scorched Lands and do reconnaissance and mapping voyages. And then the Tower of Dreams is hailed by the mages, mercenary mages of Blackwood, and they are also currently under contract from the Nagoran Empire in weapons development, currently in the capital. But that's when you come across the clock tower. And when you do, the person that greets you at the door is not very pleasant to look at. It's a grayed and hunched over old woman. She's a bundle of rags, and you can't really tell anything beyond what she looks like. However, you can hear her voice scratchy.
Hello?
Did you just greet me?
How can I help you?
Oh, I was looking for a contract.
Awful strange, coming straight to the door. Might I interest you in some crumpets?
That sounds lovely.
Come in, come in.
And she closes the door behind you. She leads you down into a parlor that's a little bit down the hall, a couple of steps down. Not a whole story down. The ceilings are high and vaulted. And as you make your way inside, how often does Kanan breathe?
Usually never.
Okay. As you make your way inside, you can get the get the semblance of what was once austerity. This place used to be brilliantly and elaborately decorated, but the tapestries are moth-eaten, and the statues are dusty and have broken in a couple of places, and the silverware that's been laid out on the table looks like it's probably sat there for 20 years and then just never been touched. Like on the coffee table.
So Canyon's gonna think to herself, maybe Yvonne would like this one.
I'll fetch the master for you. Is there anything I can get you? Milk? Tea?
She says, breaking off some crumpets for you.
I'll take some tea.
She goes behind, and you can hear her saying a couple of words before the flash of flame sparks off. After a moment, she brings you some tea, and when you sip it, man, you don't know how long that tea bag has been sitting in that censer, just like waiting for somebody to use it, but it's old and rotten and moldy, and it tastes like absolutely disgusting. When you bite into the crumpets, something thick and syrupy bursts out into your mouth, and the taste of cold iron trickles down your throat.
How do you like everything, dearie?
Are you trying to kill me?
Never, never. That's not our way. The master will be in soon.
Canyon's gonna cast prestidigitation on the tea to make it taste better.
Won't stop it from killing you.
Fair enough. You hide the taste of rotten decay as you begin sipping it, and after a long 5 to 10 minute wait that feels like forever, there's a boom, boom, boom of the clock tower tolling noon. Shortly after, a large man strides in, huge, towering. He's 8.5 feet tall. On his back, there is this huge axe, and you can kind of see as he turns to close the door behind him, there's this mechanism set into it that implies that it's not simply just the axe that it is on his back. As he strides into the room, his heavy footfalls kind of quicken something within you, and you get the feeling that you're being watched by like an animal when his yellow eyes look over you. He takes a seat opposite on the coffee table and sits across.
How can I help you, Kanan?
It's a question for the DM. Should I type it into the chat?
If you want to, you can type it to just me. If you want to, it's up to you though.
Would you like a blood crumpet and raw tea?
Yep.
So gross. Speaking of which, I'm gonna go get food real quick.
Need my blood crumpets. They're so good.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Say, I've been looking for someone like you for a long time.
What do you want with me?
Not what I want. It's what was the guy's name at the tree? Get his name. Can I do a history check to remember?
Yes, you can.
The Count Nemus? Is that the guy's name?
Count Nemus.
Oh, okay.
He remembers it as soon as he rolls. That's amazing. Count Nemus, yep.
That's what Count Nemus wants.
Nemus. What's that prick want?
He's looking for a new axe, man.
He furrows his brow as he looks at you.
And you want that to be me?
Can come quietly. And then, well, I guess I can't do it, right? I do like the shadow thing with the eyes.
Sure.
Or we could do this the hard way. Would that be an intimidation or persuasion?
Let's do an intimidation.
Alright.
You can hear him unshackling his axe. And why don't we go ahead and roll initiative?
Hey, Umak is here, right?
Yep. You can select him for ownership.
Alright. Where is he at?
I'm putting him on right now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, god damn it, where'd he go? Yes. No.
Wish.
Yes, this is it. Okay, fantastic. And then where Umak at? Go ahead and put Umak on the combat tracker as well. Go ahead and roll initiative, did you?
Where's he at? Players?
Characters, yeah.
Is he level 7 too? Or
No,
is he
he's gonna be at level 6. He'll always be a level behind you.
Oh, okay. Initiative.
Oh shit, actually no, don't roll his initiative.
Oh, okay.
I completely forgot. I gave you him as a retainer. So he functions a little bit differently.
Okay.
He's in your abilities, and there he is. He will go right after you. Yep.
Alright, I'll start it off by casting darkness.
Okay.
Is that a bonus action?
No, it's an action.
Oh, action. Good.
Okay.
Alright.
So you open by casting darkness as you hear his battle axe off of his back. And then you hear a super loud scream, and I need a wisdom saving throw from you.
Oh no.
You better hope that's not a banshee. You're fucked.
You are stunned until the end of his next turn as you can hear a shriek so loud that it pierces into your mind. Go ahead and go. It's not gonna matter.
Oh,
Don't waste it. Don't waste it.
Okay.
Go ahead and have Umak make one as well for me, or I guess I can.
Okay.
Saving throw for Umak. Oof. He could benefit from the bless if you want to use it on him.
Alright.
Okay, he succeeds his saving throw.
Marsh.
So he does not care that the shriek just went off. He angy. And he is going to then go to Kanan. Which is stunned, so your boy.
Umok, he's gonna go into a rage. Is that a bonus action? Rage?
Yeah.
Okay. And he'll walk up and reckless attack.
Do you see what abilities he has?
He's got reckless attack. Yeah.
No, do you see what he has on his retainer screen?
Retainer screen?
Yeah. So if you go to your abilities and you go to your features and then you go to retainer Umok, it's that thing that says NPC Reaver.
Features. Oh, okay, I see it now.
Yeah. So he's got a signature attack, his reaction, and his 5th level ability.
Alright. So I guess you do his signature attack.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and roll it. He hits.
So damage is... I got it.
Alright, so he rushes in. It doesn't... I tried it with Ted earlier this week. It doesn't let you roll things from your thing, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah. So, as you rush... Or as Umok rushes forward and swings with his overhanded axe, it crunches into the side of the man's leg, who is then going to disengage and rush towards you in the darkness and make an attack. Which hits.
Wait, should have mage armor up now.
Go ahead and apply it to yourself.
Okay.
Does a 14 still hit?
No, it should miss. I think I got 15. What?
So with mage armor, you're at 14, so a 14 still hits.
Okay.
So his battle axe hits you in the side, and then you make a Constitution saving throw, which you fail.
Oh crap.
And take some poison damage from. That darkness kept him from being able to activate his sneak attack. So, good on you. He's just going to make a second attack now. That hits as well.
Oh no.
You succeed this time, so you take half as much damage. Which is good, because that was way worse damage than last time. And he whips his battle axe out faster than you thought he could move, and with a twist, it extends out to where he's holding it with two hands, and he does a whirlwind of frenzy against you. It is now your turn.
Alright, so he... Do I still have darkness up?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna move away slightly and cast Scorching Ray at 4th level.
So you're going to provoke an attack of opportunity from him?
Well, I should be in darkness, so you can. see me, right? Fully.
He knows where you are.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'll take the attack of opportunity.
Okay.
Does he have sight, the cannon, in any way, shape, or form?
No, he doesn't need it though.
Doesn't mean you're really going around.
That is another hit.
Is he rolling with disadvantage?
No, he doesn't have to though.
Oh, okay. You can see.
Yeah, he's got a psychic ability.
Damn psychic people.
That's a lot of damage.
Can I half it? Let me half it.
Okay. You call upon the well of your link to Persephone to have the damage, which will give you back 9 hit points from earlier. Or no, it would give you back 5. Come on, dude. Okay, you reduce the damage by calling into that well of power, and it is your turn to do as you may.
I'm gonna use Scorching Ray at 4th level, so that's gonna be how many rays?
At 3rd level, it's 5, so it's gonna be 6.
6. Are they gonna be with advantage, or because I'm in darkness, or no?
No, because he can see. He can see you.
Oh, okay. Damn dude. Alright. Alright. Oh, there it goes. Go on.
Hit. Miss. Miss.
Oh crap.
Holy fuck, you rolled 3 4s in a row. Damn.
Is this what happens?
Oh, there's the crit, though.
After you roll all this? Oh, there you go. Okay.
Redemption can be found even
2 crits!
Jesus.
You just made up for it.
Do you have any normal rolls ever? Like in any game ever?
You more than made up for it. I told you not to bring that shit in here, goddammit.
literally build different.
Alright, so that's how many hits?
2 crits and 2 hits.
So,
Or in 1 hit. 2 crits and a hit.
alright.
D20 built like an oval.
Hold shift for another crit.
Oh, great.
I'll give him those hit points back. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
Alright, so you explode shadowy flames washing over him. He shrieks in pain, and you can hear that pain in your own head as his form begins to bubble and roil.
And then I'm gonna bonus action Ray of Frost him.
Okay.
It should be 2d8. I think something happened.
Okay, let me fix it. Boop. Okay. Ooh, fire and frost. You blow fire across him, scorching off his armor. His form begins to bubble and roil, and then you freeze his legs where he is, and you can hear the shattering of ice. It's Umok's turn.
Umok is gonna, let me see.
He's got his 5th level ability too, remember?
5th level. Alright. I'm gonna use the 5th level ability.
Okay, so he makes 3 signature attacks, and they crit on a 19 or an 18 to 20.
Let's go.
That's 1 hit. That's another hit. The last one, however, misses. So Umok comes behind, swift as hell, and smacks into his back with his axe 2 times. You can see this great gout of blue blood exploding out of the creature's back. And now it's his turn.
What is this thing? What is it?
Faster than he was before, he can make an additional attack.
Oh no.
There's an explosion and a rupture of flesh, and he is going to attack. That is a hit. He's hitting Umok at first.
Oh, okay.
So, Umok needs to make a saving throw of 10. Constitution saving throw.
Con save. Oh. Do I roll it? Oh crap.
That's a success. He swings around with his axe for a second attack on Umok.
Can he use his reaction?
Yeah, he just weathers the blow. No, he doesn't have to roll for this one. He just takes the axe, and there's deep lizardy blood that begins pouring out of the wound, but he grunts down and just fights all the harder. So then he is going to make his final attack at you.
I'm shielding this one.
Okay.
That really hurt.
Does a 21 still hit?
Yeah.
Yeah? Oof. He hits. Ooh, Lord Jesus.
Oh no.
Oh wait, I skipped the saving throw.
Oh, okay.
You pass, so that's half. You're still up.
Oh, nice.
Barely. Okay, you take the wound, and you can feel your guts attempting to free themselves from the inside of your stomach cavity. What do you do?
Alright. I didn't want to have to do this. Okay.
It's a fireball to it.
Am I gonna fireball him?
Would you hit yourself?
Oh, we're in a small area, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'm gonna Scorching Ray at 3rd level again.
At 3rd level this time? So 5 rays?
Yeah.
Okay.
These really hurt.
Yep, each one's like a great sword blow.
Hey, why did it
Why'd it go with disadvantage? Because I screwed up, I'm sorry. Go ahead and redo that.
Okay.
Okay, 1 hit. 2 hits.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
3 hits. 4 hits.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so go ahead and drag those damages onto him.
How is this guy still alive? Oh, there he goes.
Are you aiming to kill him?
No, I'm trying to capture him.
So, we see blast after blast wash over your hands, both just empty palms, throwing shadow fire at him until finally he takes as much as his body can handle and he crumbles, unconscious and smoldering to the ground.
Well done, by the way, buddy.
Damn you, Axeman. You try to kill me after trying to kill me with that T.
The door opens and the bundle of rags sees the large man and gasps, Uriel! Uriel, no! No! And rushes into the room and falls to her knees over the body, wailing and crying.
Don't worry, I won't kill him.
Curses! Curses upon you! May you never find sleep! May your mother turn her back upon you! May all the riches in the world find themselves freed from your foul grip! Begone! A pox upon your kin! Your plague! I hate you! I hate you!
She's just shrieking the whole time, cursing you.
I gesture to Umok to put her down. You'll be joining him at the tree.
Like, kill her or knock her unconscious?
Knock her unconscious.
With a bong! He hits her with the flat side of his axe and picks up the big man on one side and picks her up by the leg and slings her over his shoulder.
We'll get a bonus.
Jesus, I thought you were gonna Goodfellas the mom for a second. My God.
Kind of fucking
I mean, he's basically condemned them both to death.
Yeah. And I'm gonna pull out a potion and gesture to the camera. You know?
Break the fourth wall for a moment.
Yeah, look at this. Cannon slowly turns into Joe Pesci.
I'm gonna make my way home for some R&R, you know? That really hurt.
Had a tough day at work.
Alright. I assume you probably put them in the prison, which is just down the hall from the planning room and directly next door to the treasury. Okay.
Yes.
Well, with that, let's go to Vaunt. What do you do with your first cycle of downtime, buddy?
Oh no! Oh no! I don't like that look.
It's time for my tower. It's mine. I'm going to take it. How am I doing that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I need to get my familiar back first, of course.
Okay.
That got blown up by somebody that just killed a grandma, but I don't
right.
forget.
You did have a familiar.
Hey, we're not nice
at
people.
the very beginning, and I
For
lost them
like
in the
5
first
minutes.
session.
Yeah.
I'm getting them back.
Okay. So you, in your quarters, have set about doing such, procuring what you needed to summon him, and after it's an hour it takes, I believe?
So let me double check. I don't have it prepped, so yeah, it probably will take longer, but I don't know if it's an hour. Let me pull her up real quick. Find familiar. Oh, it does take an hour, yep. So
Yeah. Then after an hour, with a smoke and smell of sulfur in the air, the fattest, plumpest crow. That's your familiar, you said, right?
yep, just a really chonky bird. Welcome back. Yes.
Fireballs!
To be done. Yeah, no. No more of
A
that.
flash of light! Agony!
Agony indeed. There has been agony being around these people for prolonged periods of time.
Smoldering flames!
Yes, flames. Indeed. More talkative than I remember. We have work to do. Atticus,
Yes?
come with me, would you?
He lands on your shoulder. Starts pecking at your ear.
Now, since you've been misplaced, I've been doing a bit of plotting, scheming, as it were. There's this lovely tower that was ripe for the taking. We just need to clear out a few vagrants.
There's a floofing sound as he lands upon your horn from your shoulder. And, like, is looking down at you, like, twitching his head back and forth as you talk.
Your job is to get a little exercise and go about the tower and look within, see if we can find anything in advance. You are our scout, as it were.
What's in it for me?
Ah, yes, I often forget that familiars take the personalities of their masters. I'll give you a coin. How's that?
How am I gonna build a nest with one goddamn coin?
Naughty little fucker.
I am the greatest of all birds, capable of channeling your might. I think that makes me worth at least 10 coins.
There's 2 of them.
Fine then, Atticus. I will give you 10 coins. And you can have the entire attic.
100 coins.
You're pushing your luck, you little shit.
He flies atop your staff and begins looking at your recovered artifact set into the adamantium.
He's gonna reach up and grab him.
Feathers
Shit
floof out.
20 coins!
sent
20
to the-
coins! Fine, fine.
Yes. No, 10. I said 10, you shit.
An intelligent
Deploying and
eye
scheming to me.
rolls to the back of its head.
10 coins.
Yes. You ever see that picture of the guy holding the rat? That's sympathetic right now. He's gonna take him and he's gonna sit him back down.
Should I go now?
Go. Fly. He's gonna gesture.
Before he hits the door, his form disappears and reapparates high above the guild and begins its search of the abandoned tower from afar. Staying within the realm where it can grant you its eyes, you get the view of a very broken down building. The exterior is mostly crumbled. The tower itself is in shambles, but you can see a green light coming from the 3rd floor of what was a once 6-story tower.
Seems the vagrants have learned magic. Which is troubling, but not trifling. He's gonna have the bird sort of like find a perch to land upon and sort of look in, looking through Atticus's eyes. He's trying to see what they're up to up there, their little green lights and what have you.
So when Atticus looks in, it can see that what you're gazing upon is a skull wreathed in green fire. It dances about the room, following something that is just out of your vision from where you are. It seems as if it's serving as a mobile light source of some kind.
A flame skull. It doesn't notice the bird.
Mm-mm.
Excellent. As dumb as my bird. Let's see. Do I have any spells with the range of touch? Wouldn't be relevant, but curious. Juan's gonna sort of disconnect his vision for a moment, and he's gonna make his way to the tower now that he knows that there is a threat within, and now that he knows that it's patrolling in a certain way. What's at the base of this tower?
Mostly ruins. The ceiling has collapsed from the interior, and the only things that are really standing is like a walkway around that to the what would go up the spiral staircase of the tower.
A fixer-upper. Well, let's test the stairs, I suppose.
You make your way up the stairway, and the only thing that you can really hear is the footfalls of your boots on the stones. You come up to the first level door, and it's off its hinges, and like sitting next to the doorway. It's open, and you can see the ruin of the interior from where you are. You continue upwards to the second story, and you find that this door is locked.
That's to be expected. I'm gonna rechannel my vision to my bird, see if that flame skull is doing anything different.
It has moved to the other side of the room, where it is now bobbing up and down at about head level, you imagine.
But it is still unawares.
Yeah.
Like it has no idea. Okay. In that case, I'm gonna have Atticus come down to the second level, see if he can peer in and see anything there. Maybe he could even unlock the door for me.
On the other side of the room, what you can see through Atticus's vision is a couple of coffins, shackled and with chains over them, pinning them to the wall.
Vampires. It had to be vampires. Great. Lovely. Excellent. I'm gonna have Atticus' tubby little self come over, and if there's an obvious lock on the door, he'll have the bird take care of that for him.
Yeah, so he flicks open the little latch and pulls it open, and with that you are able to push the door into a darkened room. In the very center of it, there seems to be a crude altar erected of some kind, though just at first glance you're not quite sure what to make of it. There's an eerie silence and a musty taste to the air.
I believe this is a good start. He's gonna go inspect the coffins, rather cautiously. They are chained. Are they chained in silver?
Yes.
My hypothesis was correct.
So go ahead and give me an investigation check for the coffins.
Possible attack vampires. Let's see. Investigation.
So you can make out on the faces of all of the coffins are what you imagine is probably the person behind it. The faces themselves are regal and drawn, and you imagine that on either side of the negative space next to their head is a representation of their deeds during their lives.
I suppose I can use them as furniture until time comes I need to use them. Put a flower pot down. Anyway, so much to explore. He's gonna walk away from the coffin. On the to-do list. Mark that down, bird.
Okay.
He's gonna toss a scroll.
He's using his beak to scribble.
I guess I could have just gave him like a little ink pot so he could dip his beak in it.
Oh God, I love it.
What's the rest of this second floor look like? Also, how like, what's the square footage like for each floor?
You imagine that it's about 30 foot in the radius, so about 60 feet in diameter.
So, like, really sizable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Plenty of room for parties. For just me, of course.
This room itself is like segmented off. It makes up quite a large... It makes up pretty much the entirety of the second floor that is not dedicated to structure.
I see. So, is there anything else of note other than just like these 2 coffins just being chained to the wall?
There's 6 coffins, and there's also an altar. Yeah.
Oh, I got plenty of shells now. I'm gonna investigate this altar. I'll make a religion check, I suppose.
Okay.
It is lovely to be smart, but also a burden.
That you rolled persuasion on accident.
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
I try to convince the altar that I'm a genius. Let's see.
Okay. You recognize many of the glyphs that you see here in the book that you picked up in the depths beneath Van Drayen. A couple of them you forget immediately after looking at.
If I were to destroy these glyphs, would something terrible happen?
Presently, without a form of further investigation, you're not sure.
I'm gonna flip through this book. I'm gonna do some comparisons, and I'm gonna take a decent amount of time to make an investigation check.
Go ahead.
I'd rather not die. Dying's for weak people.
When you focus on them, it hurts your head, and after a long moment you can feel a blood vessel in your brain pop, and a red trickle of blood runs down out your nostrils. Your bird looks at you. Master?
Forgive me, I'm just edging an aneurysm, I suppose. Oh. Breeding does get a bit taxing without your spectacles.
What's this word mean?
If I told you, you would explode, and I haven't the time or materials to resummon you at the moment.
Necronom you...
No!
He explodes.
God damn it! Somebody fucking with me. Such feeble minds. He's gonna sort of scoop up the dust. No, like a pouch. Just for later, God. Roll up the scroll, tuck it away. Altar to death. Lovely. I'll just throw a sheet over it.
Natalie's been waiting like something for that to happen for like 2 campaigns now.
Bird is my new favorite character in this entire campaign. I'm just saying it right now, but just getting it out there. I love that bird so much.
Oh. You need a better familiar? Thank you, Bon. I'll get right on that. Oh, every time I heard summon it, it just gets dumber and dumber.
Bird Mark II.
Atticus II, it's good to see you.
So, go ahead and give me just a flat intelligence check.
Sure. Let's see here. Intelligence.
Reading that word killed your bird. Reading it out loud. That bird is just as intelligent as you are, and it put as many of its metaphysical brain cells together to figure out what that word was, and when it said it, it fucking died.
Well, if I need to kill anybody without an alibi, that's the way to do it. I'll write that one down. Oh,
give me an Arcana check to write it down.
Well, if I say it, it'll kill me.
Mm-hmm.
If I write it down, it might give me a cool headache.
The page burns as you make just the slightest of mistakes, and you see it when it happens. You're this close to scribbling it down, and the whole thing turns to ash and floats away. It was a blank page, so you didn't lose anything important, but...
Rip. Starts over. I'm just gonna keep doing this till I get it right.
Another one.
Oh.
Finally, after your third attempt, you are dealing with a positively pounding migraine. Both of your nostrils are bleeding, and when you reach up to like rub your weary forehead and you like run up to your horn, it feels like it's soft for a second, which really disorients you because it's supposed to be keratin, and then when you feel it again, it's regular, it's normal. But for just a moment, it was almost as if everything on you was decaying rapidly.
Well, difficult is the mind of an intellectual. To the third floor, down to deal with that flame skull.
You come to a door. It is not locked. It is banded in iron, and when you open it, it creaks on its hinges. There's a rattling sound, like a final breath being breathed. And as you open the door, there is a sound. Across the room is a green fire coating a small floating skull of what you imagine at one point was an elf. It stares at you, bobbing up and down, does a couple of 360s, and then its jaw kind of hangs slack before picking itself back up.
Who are you?
Forgive me, the door was open. I didn't know you were preoccupied. I am Vaunt.
We know no Vaunt.
Well, of course you don't. I'm a cloistered scholar, as it were. I would like to say that this tower is now mine, and if you would like to live in it, I would be purely fine with this.
By what right?
Because I said so.
The popping sound comes from behind you this time, and you can hear that death rattle again.
And do or take from me what? Who?
And you can hear the clopping sound of a staff and footfalls crossing around you in a slow circle until the figure in tattered black robes stops in front of you and turns. And you can see the sunken fallow face of skin that is rotted and regrown 1,000,000 times. The staff has a fetish of skulls of all different types of humanoids clung to it by this thick black knotted rope drenched in aged blood. And one of the eyes of this creature has been replaced with a purplish blue gemstone that gleams in the green firelight.
Speak your business, for the powers you disturb are that of causality itself.
Well, you've aged gracefully, my friend. Might I say that this tower of yours is quite, prodigious and, enticing. To the extent of which I would gladly, allow you to employ me to repair it.
When he turns back from facing the flame skull, he opens his mouth, and you can see all of his teeth have been replaced with different metals. Like, there's adamantium, there's some mithril. One of them looks like it's, like, amorphous and kind of, like, sticks to the roof of his mouth when he opens, this, like, sheen of metal, looking kind of like this weird spittle.
Implore you to restore mine tower.
To be quite frank, it's falling apart. And I would be happy to help you repair it in exchange from me being able to use it.
Roll persuasion.
Oh boy. Can I get a t-shirt that says I have a +2 to that?
Oh, shit. Okay.
Nice.
Did I roll well?
You got a 21.
Let's go! Hell yeah.
Sick.
Talk to the dead man.
What do you presume to offer me that I do not already have, Vaunt?
Well, my friend, since we are talking on the business terms, why don't you allow me your title?
I am Detronalis, seer of the Vendraian Empire, lost evermore since my misstep with time.
I see. I shall refer to you as Seer, for I see that to be a prestigious title. Now, you may see yourself lost to time, but I am here in the present, and I have found you. So, perhaps we can work something out. Your knowledge is perhaps limited to that of your empire, whilst mine is limited to the lower planes. And I would be happy to exchange knowledge with one another as business partners and fellow scholars do.
I have traded the knowledge of mine empire. What I offer is an insight none other can provide.
He pauses.
That which you seek, I have traded mine soul to. Knowledge is power, and eternity waits for no man, elf, or tiefling.
Well, it just so happens that I, what do you think I'm searching for? Knowledge? Is that it?
You seek power. I can see it in you now. You are one who understands fundamentally that knowledge is power.
The words to me, my friend, are synonymous. Now, as we were, this tower, it is not quite in disrepair, but if you allow it to grow perhaps another decade, I can hold no such promises of its integrity. But, if you were to allow me to live here, as it were, none shall know of your presence unless you wish it to be known. I have no quarrel with you, my good man.
And I stand by the side of another emperor in his rise to greatness.
He says, and he tilts his head to you.
Indeed. You are quite agreeable. I appreciate that, sir.
What you imagine is a grin spreads across his face. His split, rotten lips curl upwards. And a centipede crawls out from his mouth and back down into his robes.
You have a seer.
Most excellent. I shall make preparations for the restoration of this tower. In the meantime, I believe we have a steady friendship growing.
He conveys to you that while such means as coin are beneath what he cares about. It will take some coin to repair the tower, as well as some time, although you will certainly have the time in your downtime to do so. So we're going to go ahead and go to the reference manual for strongholds, and seeing as how you're going to be building your own stronghold out of this. Let's see here. You are going to require 4,000 gold to repair it, and it will take 60 days.
Well, Zahn, you owe me. Cough it up.
I do.
Cough it up right now.
Where's my money, Zahn? Where's my money?
Where's my fucking money, Zahn? Come on, Lebowski.
It was a nice rug. It really tied the room together.
Where's my money? I don't know. Maybe put my head back in there. I think I can see it.
So we reconvene before the final part of the downtime activities, and this is a good time for crosstalk for you guys to figure out who needs what and who wants to lend it.
Can we take a quick 5-minute break? This will probably be the last break, right?
We are approximately 30 minutes from the end of the show. If you want to go run to the bathroom real quick while we continue going, that would be fine.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Constructing my stronghold. Tower, as it were. Well, trade offer. I receive a tower. You receive my power. I'm assuming we're kind of sitting around the table right now.
Right.
Discussing things. I also have a good friend of mine now. I'm good at making friends. In high places, particularly.
Was that a tower pun?
Perhaps, if you're a layperson.
I mean, your puns are somehow even more pedantic than usual. Yeah. So you need... What was the estimate on the repair again?
I would say 4,000 gold pieces and change. Of course, I'm going to need a little bit more, because I'd like to furnish the place, of course. Coffins are stylish, but they're a bit out of season.
4,000.
That's a reasonable price.
Does the Axeman have any loot?
Yeah, 4,000 gold pieces, convenient.
Four platinum will do it.
He has a... Yeah. Yep. Let me give it to you.
Did you take his axe? He's no longer the axe man, he's just the man.
The man.
Sounds like not that for much longer either.
Check the mom too.
She had absolutely nothing on her.
She was the rag lady.
I
can't believe you killed me, Moth. I know her from our original campaign. She gave us crumpets, and we were like, oh my god, you're the sweetest old lady ever. We will protect you, always. And apparently we failed.
Is that the werewolf guy?
Was.
No, the old lady you killed, or captured. The one in the rags.
Yeah, that was Uriel.
That was the werewolf guy that, what's her name liked? What was her name?
Hilda?
Gunhild.
Gunhild.
Yeah, Gunhild.
Oh, I forgot you were a part of that. How could you?
Oh, crap. I've done bad things. Good thing I'm evil.
Alright, so, I believe you were discussing resources.
Yes.
So we... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. You're the one who's engaging.
Oh, so we looted the dude? Did he have any loot?
Yeah, he had a +2 battle axe.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. I'll have to fetch a decent amount.
Can we sell it for 4,000 biddies?
You can attempt to find a buyer.
Alright, I take the axe. It's yours, Vaughn.
What value do I have in this?
It's to pay for the tower.
This looks to be a clockwork axe.
Have you never pawned a thing in your life, Vaughn?
No, because I'm not a thief and a ragamuffin like you, so I would leave something like that to, you.
You're coming with me then, as I show you how to do this, in case at some point you might need to pull on your big boy pants and do it on your own in my absence.
Well, silence. Steel doesn't talk for everything, and I'd be surprised if you can talk with anything other than those little punchy things you have. Now, let me
They're called
appraise this.
katars, you absolute barbarian. Even I know that, and I'm not nearly as smart as you.
Look.
Point is, I'm willing to help you. Help you. But what do I get out of it, besides that power you offered?
Knowledge. If you value such a thing, forgive me, I can't offer you coin.
Coin isn't something I necessarily need. I can make plenty of that on my own. So you said knowledge.
Indeed.
Do we know exactly what kind yet?
Well, my friend is a bit of a reader. Avid reader. I don't know if he has eyes left to read, but at one point he was an avid reader. And he is a seer indeed. Perhaps, at least as knowledgeable as I.
All right.
Now silence for a moment, I need to appraise this thing, see what it's worth.
Alright, so you take 10 minutes to cast Identify?
Oh, I don't have Identify, I'm just gonna roll a card.
Okay, go ahead.
I spy with my little eye.
Something that looks sellable.
The craftsmanship is utterly remarkable. It is quite simply probably one of the most magnificent weapons you've ever laid eyes upon. It comes from an age long before this one, and the machinery and the actual like technology behind its invention is definitely lost to time. You're familiar with a Dragonborn that calls himself the Platinum Dragonborn, who is an inventor towards Kagranaz. He basically is like the liege lord of a town, and even his stuff, like as good as that is, it's just, I mean, you've seen it. This is better. You imagine you could probably fetch about 5,000 gold for something like this if you could find the right buyer.
Well, I suppose this will cover most of it. He lies as he looks it over. I believe a buyer would be our best chance at a buyer would be a Dragonborn with some money. Perhaps they would like such a thing. It is reminiscent of such thing. I'll consider this as your payment towards. I'm still awaiting the others.
Besides the cost, you need laborers? But sorry, go ahead. I want to make sure that everyone else gets that thing first. You know I can banter on.
Oh no, Zarn just needs to find out a little bit more about the stone before considering selling it. Because if it's more powerful than we think, it might be worth holding on to.
True, and at some point, we might be able to affix it to the tower. Cast to the gods. This should cover some. Thank you. It says he takes the axe and sort of like puts it in a cloth. I'll give this to, why don't one of you go try to sell it? Actually, never mind, I'll do it myself. Since Sir Ashwell, the masked man, believes I'm not competent enough, I shall do it myself.
I don't believe you're not competent, buddy. I just think maybe, just maybe, as you mentioned, my skill set could be of use to you, helping you find your best price.
No. Your talents are best left stabbing people. My talents are best left in, you know, the opposite of stabbing people. Talking to them.
All right. Well, my friend, I hope you have a good trip and good luck. If you need anything from me, please by all means ask. You never know when you might need someone's stab.
I still need your tribute for this tower.
I was under the impression I wasn't good for much more than knives. Ashwell's gonna stand up and nod. I do appreciate it, but I can make my own knowledge. I'll come back if that ever changes, and we'll talk tribute then. Until then, I'll leave you in the company of your books, your axe, and your future business endeavors. He nods to Kanan and Zarn. I hope you both have a lovely day, and Devon, and of course I know you will. Nods. I have projects to work on. He's gonna step out and walk out of the room.
Okay, if nobody has anything else, or does anybody have anything else?
I have something.
Oh, you go ahead.
Kanan's gonna put her finger up, but in return for the axe, I need help caravanning this Axeman.
You,
Let me pull up the map. Is it on the map, the Hyperion tree?
No, it is off to the west. The map is a work in progress. You wouldn't be able to tell it from the continental map.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotta, I'm in bed.
I see. And you want me to truck with you?
Yeah, just keep an eye out. Or you know how to drive a car?
No, I don't. I can keep an eye out, though. That is something that you would like for me to do. That is what I specialize in.
Road trip.
Okay.
Right.
Zarn's current tribute, since I don't have money just yet, is to offer the services of our new... Is he a wizard or a sorcerer?
He's a wizard.
Wizard. Marstute. Perhaps he can be of some assistance, getting the tower back in shape.
Perhaps indeed. I could use a clerical replaced.
Fantastic.
Where is this Marstute?
I'll introduce you later. Just your run-of-the-mill, hoity-toity professor type.
Indeed. Those who cannot do teach, I've often found. Look, your axe, I'll owe you trucking a corpse, I take it, and...
Take 6 psychic damage, fuck you. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, yeah!
The character is not the man, the man is not the character, but the man, the character earned that 6 points of psychic damage.
I didn't even think about that. Well, that's the perfect asshole, holy shit. Oh.
Love
That's
you
funny.
all, you're so wonderful.
Oh yeah, that was great.
You can tell your students, Justin. Yeah, this guy I played D&D with, he said I was a fucking idiot.
And then I burned his brain in spite of him. Oh, God.
Good time.
All right, so
It'll make Saturday so fun.
hell yeah. If there's nothing else, then we'll go to the final round of downtime. We'll go a little bit quicker this time. Not going to get super duper bogged down in the roleplay just because we don't really have the time. I do want to kind of end on time tonight. So let's start with Ashwell again because you started us last time.
Yes, alright. So, the 3 things we're doing. 1, Ashwell's going to make sure that the blades have been made, and that the clothing has been made up to his specifications. Just simple leather armor, slate gray or darker gray. And simple iron punch blades. He's also going to see if we have made any progress on getting those sold those thieves that I paid that guy the platinum for, because we still haven't heard anything about that yet.
Mm-hmm.
And if anyone else has presented themselves as useful within the Thieves Guild to my needs yet.
Fantastic. So,
that's all I need.
The armor was definitely made to your specifications, as were the weaponry. You found that he definitely understood the assignment and delivered. All of them are marked with his own special little brand that looks really similar, almost exactly alike, Kagran Arms.
I love that, actually. That might throw people off our trail, too. Perfect.
That was his thought. Just in case anything ever gets left behind.
This man's getting a bonus. Straight up. I love the work. This is a good man. So, yeah, no, he's getting a 30 gold advance right now on his work.
Oh, he's stoked, yeah. Yeah, he's stoked on that. He says that this is better than he ever got paid working for those uptight bastards from the capital, mentioning specifically Kagran Arms, when he worked for them for the 2 weeks before he got cut because they overhired.
I intend to continue to pay you what you're worth, pal, and from what I've seen, you're worth a fair bit more than anyone's given you a chance to prove. I look forward to seeing what you do with more money and more resources. So, keep up the good work, Durgan. Gives you a pat on the shoulder. We'll have to go out and celebrate at some point. And, on to the next task.
Okay, so you set about your meeting with Vincent, who tells you that the footpads that he was able to bring in were mostly like coming-of-age youths. The people that are in this town that are mostly like affluent or have a trade or a skill are usually employing it. And people that would be out of work, he makes sure to mention, are not the kind of people that you want to start relying on, because eventually they're going to find their way back to the straight and narrow, as he puts it. Vincent is a firm believer that those that walk the crooked path have crooked feet.
That's fair. So we found ourselves 4 youths, then.
Yep.
Okay. I really am swiftly becoming Batman. Not that I'm against this, but okay. Well, hopefully we can get these kids at least to 18 before they become a problem. All right. So Ashwell is going to meet all of them, make sure they've all received their platinum pieces, as was promised. And upon confirming that, he's going to learn each of their names and basically give the same spiel that he gave to Whisper once Vincent is kind of out of the picture. And by that I mean like they're not there anymore. Like maybe walk them somewhere quiet. And just sort of like sit next to all of them and be like, okay, here's the deal. You've all been screwed by society. Every single one of you is starved and struggled. I'm offering you a chance to change that for yourselves and others. We're going to cut the city into pieces and give it to those who need it. And set the folks at the top, well, they're going to be the ones that might end up with a little more pieces out of them. They each get a dagger if they're willing to take it, but if they take it, they're on this path with them. Period.
Fantastic. So, one by one, they take the daggers from you. The first to introduce themselves is a young elf by the name of Asper. A-S-P-E-R. The second, A-S-P-E-R, male elf. The second is Caprin, K-A-P-R-Y-N, female halfling. The third is Marx, M-A-R-X. You're not really sure what gender they are, tiefling.
Okay.
And the final is Haisha, which is a male dragonborn. He is black and looks like he was stunted in his growth. He's a very short black dragonborn.
Alright, black.
You almost think he's a lizard folk until you recognize that he has the skull crown of a black dragonborn.
Gotcha. Interesting crew we got here. And so their age is like ranging variously. Are we talking teens or are we talking even younger here?
Well, the elf is about 40.
Right, elf equivalent age. I mean,
Caprin is 16, Marks is 18, and Haisha is 12.
Ooh, dang. Okay. I actually didn't ask. What's Whisper's age and preferred pronouns, if I may?
Whisper does not have any preferred pronouns, and you are not really sure about the age, but by the way that they move and hold themselves, you think that they're very young.
Okay, that's fair. All right, so gotcha. All right, good to know. Okay, so after that, Ashwell is going to escort them back to the Thieves Guild, set them all up in a bunk room together. That's going to be with Whisper as well. Basically, give them all a quick little, like, not even speech, but just a quick little, like, gist of what's going on. That all of them are going to work together. All of them are going to be a specific part of this Thieves Guild. They'll answer directly to Ashwell. No one else. They are his partners. And, as a result, they will learn and tutor under him. Each of them will work with each other. They are not allowed to steal from each other or hurt each other, beyond accidents maybe during training, but never intentionally. If any of them do break any of those rules, whether stealing from each other, stealing from Ashwell, hurting each other, or attempting to hurt anyone else in the guild, without Ashwell's specific say-so, they're out. They can take what they've been given, and they're allowed to leave, but they're not allowed back.
Okay.
And after that, they're going to get the robes and the leathers that I had made, as well as also a set of blades for each of them. And we're going to get to training them slowly.
Fantastic. Over the 3-month period, yeah, you absolutely make some good progress with training them.
The whole time, Ashwell is looking for the two folks who stand out the most.
Roll a series of d20s. 4 of them, please.
4? You got it. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. And Quattro.
So Asper, for being an elf, is all left feet. He's much better at smooth talking and finagling with people than he's ever going to be at picking locks or walking stealthily. He can be trained to do so, but it's going to require a good bit of effort.
Okay.
Caprin is an absolute natural. Nobody is as stealthy, as dexterous, and as quick on their feet as Caprin. Marks,
Okay.
on the other hand, somewhere in the middle, but you get the idea that... Actually, give me a perception check for what, if you see what's going on here.
Definitely. And I'll bless that too. And if I need to, I'll use advantage.
A number
No.
of times throughout training, Marks is able to save themselves from a situation that normally they should have fallen on their ass or they should have lost a combat, but it wasn't even every time. It was just a couple of times. There was a couple instances where they should have failed, but something stopped them from failing.
Alright. Like that.
Haisha is about as middle of the road as you get with this. However, Haisha is incredibly crafty and clever. Where he excels seems to be in subterfuge, figuring out what makes or what somebody's weakness is, and then exploiting it, capitalizing on that.
Excellent. And what about our friend Whisper? How's Whisper taking to this?
Go ahead and roll a separate d20 for Whisper.
Ashwell's working with Whisper as closely as he can and doing his best to sort of see what they're capable of.
As far as you can tell, there's some kind of mental block going on. The day that you found Whisper, they were amazing. They stayed to the shadows, they clung to the darkness. The only reason that you heard them is because they were overcome with anxiety and breathed out too deep.
Right.
They're holding back.
Ashwell's gonna try to take Whisper aside if that's possible.
Okay.
And on a day after the training is done and the other four have gone to the room, Ashwell is going to put a hand on Whisper's shoulder and just sort of gesture quietly, like, follow me. And take them up to the top, onto, like, the roof of the Thieves Guild, or the building that serves as, like, the, you know, the front for the Thieves Guild. And unlike the dark side facing the sun as it's setting, he's going to sit Whisper down and turn to Whisper and say, all right, I'll bite. What's up?
You're not my father.
No, definitely not. But,
I heard you met him.
Your father? Out of character, who is he talking about? Or would I remember?
You aren't quite sure, actually, in character.
Tell me more. I'm not familiar, but I'm willing to learn. Who was your father?
They say he's the left hand of the Queen. A drow that she met down in the depths of the world below, and brought with her, elevated above his station. I've heard that he once was the favored consort of the drow priestess of the Dark One.
That should ring a bell, right? That is actually like, was that one of the guys we actually saw at court?
So Ashwell wasn't there when it happened, but Kanan and Zarn were. I want to meet my father and ask him why he was never there for me.
Ashwell sort of looks to the side and looks out at the sunset. That's a big ask, kid, but I gotta admit, compelling reason. Alright. Here's the deal, Whisper. When you agreed to come here, you agreed to put your work and effort into this. I didn't want you to do it just for me, believe it or not. Easy as that would be to believe, for me too. I did it because if this training's gonna benefit you, it's gonna take your effort. Your genuine effort. The effort you gave when you were running for your life, and I genuinely had to search for you. That took a lot of skill. Whisper, you're better than probably every other kid down there. Honestly, probably even better than Caprin. So, you get good enough, stealthy enough, swift enough. Show me you're capable of blade work, thinking on your feet, all of it, which I know you are. You get good enough to do all that so that when we will go to visit your father, we don't get caught. I'll take you, personally, and I'll make sure you get to ask your dad those questions that he needs to answer. I'm not your father. I don't want to be your father. Not my place. I'm a business partner. Maybe a friend. But, there are some things a father's got to own up to. And if he's screwed you over, kid, then I'm as curious as you as to why he let someone as talented as you slip from his fingers. Sounds like a piece of work.
What's your passive perception score?
Passive perception, I'm +8 base. So
So as you as you're like looking out over the city, you can hear. Sorry, we're gonna go over the show, by the way, guys. We're gonna go over time. We're already over time, so we're just gonna keep going until the natural end of the session, if that's okay with everybody. You can hear her sobbing, and for the first time, she looks up at you and pulls her mask down. They have the horse features of a male, but given what you would even know about the drow, it's not uncommon for some drow that were born male to present as female. It's kind of how like they view themselves thing, because sexism is such an innate part of their society that they truly believe that females are just born better than the males.
Sure.
Why would he save me and then leave me? Why doesn't he want me?
Ashwell's going to do something he hasn't done in a long time. He's going to pull his cloak hood back. He's going to take his mask off and turn to her. And she's going to see, for the first time, for probably the first time that people have seen in a long time, bronze skin, strangely bright eyes. They almost seem unnatural, almost elven in a way. They almost seem like they're backlit by like a soft purple glow. And it's very similar to the blades he carries. And as he turns to face her, he's going to sort of furrow his brow a little bit. I never met my father or mother. I have no idea who I am or where I came from. At least that's what I thought. Honestly, I'm willing to help you find these answers out if you need. But if I can be truly serious with you for a second, Whisper. Parents are people. Not always good, not always bad. Some are just people. As surprised by everything going on around them as we are every day. However many parents I've met who are just as mystified by the fact that their kid is better than them as the fact that they have kids in the first place. It's the fact that they're suddenly 40 with no prospects. I don't know. But I do know this. Your parents don't define you in any meaningful way. You are what you choose to become. You can be like your parents. You can be the opposite of your parents. You can be better than your parents ever were, and you don't need them there as a guidepost to show you what not to do. I don't know why your dad would have left you, especially after he saved you. Maybe he had to go, or maybe he's a giant dick. Sorry to say that. I know that's not kind to say to someone about their parents, but I don't know them. I do know. It's down there. You have a chance at fraternity. It's not parents, not family. I'm not gonna pretend it's that. But it's something. You can make it whatever you want. I'll help you close the book on that last chapter of your life if it helps you move forward with the next one. So you got a future at this. The city takes a lot. You deserve to take a little back.
You feel
So,
a pressure in your chest, and before you know it, you look down to see the form of this young drow, just full force wrapped around you and sobbing openly into your chest. You're the first person that's ever believed in her.
Oh. Ashwell smiles and, like, for a second he does the whole, like, shit, kid, never done this before. It's gonna be alright, Whisper. We'll do this. Together. Just, keep trying, okay? You got this. And he sort of takes her by the shoulders and holds her up. You just be you. The best version of you can be. Be what you were down in that sewer, but better, faster. Because you are. Don't ever apologize to anyone for who you were or what you're gonna be. And he, wipes away the tears as best as he can with, his gloves. I'm gonna get you to be as strong and clever and fast as you can possibly want. And you're gonna help train me up a little bit too. And we'll see you, Dad. But even if you never get that far, I can already tell you. And he stands up and offers her a hand to stand up too. You're better than your dad already.
She smiles and takes her hand, and I think with that the camera pans up, and then down onto Zarn. That was a great scene. Good job.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, but I hate following you up because I'm just like.
Top that.
Yeah, basically. Like, I don't have a little sad brow orphan to take under my wing and impart all of this beautiful, insightful advice upon.
God, it's like I'm suddenly a scoutmaster all again. It's so weird. I love it.
But for stealing and assassination.
I mean, that's kind of what the scouts. Anyway,
weaponized scouts.
Zarn does remember who her father is, though, if Ashwell needs to figure that out. Which it sounds like he does.
Yeah, that's gonna be a question very soon asked. Probably off screen.
Zarn's got you.
Me papa.
Who the fuck is our kid? Who the fuck is I need to know?
I don't think you were there.
No, it was before Ashwell joined the Covet Syndicate.
Yeah, you guys figured that out long before I joined.
Yep.
It was at the court of the summer court at the lake.
Great. Well, I'm gonna take things in a different turn. Even though I have that star sapphire, I think I'm still gonna try and rob someone because I need some cold hard cash.
Okay, so you're going to do some work. How does Zarn feel that their talents would best be used? Because you're definitely not a thief.
This is true,
so I'm gonna need some help. And who better than Ashwell and his new ragtag team of I don't want to say orphans, but like trainees. There we go.
They would probably call themselves either the Flight or the Silence. So
radical.
Yeah, either one works. If you catch him training them, he is very careful not to do it in the open very much, and different hours than everyone else trains. But kids are on hold until they're properly trained. I don't need to throw kids to the slaughter, but Ash will be more than willing to help.
You also do have foot pads at your disposal. Like just the foot soldier thieves of the guild.
Man, those guys are great. I'd be happy to lead a strike team of those with you.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
So, what exactly is it you need to get done, just to make sure so I don't fuck this up?
Like I mentioned earlier, earlier in the campaign, I'm thinking of just hitting up well enough a house where, couple trinkets gone missing to line my pockets isn't going to be the end of the world for them. Also, not draw a lot of attention, but wealthy enough to where we've got some good pickings.
Is anybody else going to help?
Discreetly stealing from the rich to feed ourselves. How did you know it's exactly what I wanted to do today? Beautiful.
If Kanan or Font are free to assist, I could always use some more hands.
It's a micro heist. So the way we're going to run this is going to be a skill challenge. Everybody is able to contribute the way that we always do them. You can pick either 3, 6, or 9 for how much of a bounty you want to get before you reach 3 failures.
Did I take a long rest yet?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. All right, I'll help
No,
out.
you're still out. I need you to come help me rob this house real quick. No, there's no time for potions, Kanan.
That axe hurt.
Okay, so what is the agenda, folks?
So 3, 6, or 9, you said?
Yep.
Honestly, if we're trying to just do a little thing, 3 is probably good enough, right? Like, what we're doing is we're really looking into getting you enough money so that you can get your new plate mail, right?
Maybe
Maybe a little extra, because, you never know what else I might need. I don't want to just spend all my money on plate mail and then need something else later, because I am basically broke right now.
All right. Yeah, I'll admit I've been handing out coin hand over fist with my overly generous nature right now.
Kanan says we do 9 and 9 only.
A 9 success skill challenge? Ashwell was about to say 3 or 6. We're not trying to steal the actual vault out of the bank here. We just need enough money to get us going.
I'm fine.
Just doing 6 right in the middle.
I think that's fair. We all get a cut. You after we get you enough money to get your armor, and whatever's left over, we split.
Naturally. I know Vaunt at least doesn't work for free.
I don't, but I do know that I would vastly prefer to have the person who fights in full armor, because otherwise I eat all those knives and daggers, so that's an investment in myself. So, I'm down with that arrangement if you are, Kanan.
Well, let's go.
All right. 6 then.
Okay, let's pull up the Blackwood map once more. Where do you make your mark?
Let's see.
Is the gold district too obvious?
You could certainly go, but that is going to be a higher base DC check because that is one of the wealthier districts. So it's going to start and it's going to progressively get harder after each 2 successes.
Maybe somewhere a bit more middle ground.
Merchants are usually a good mark, and we are right near the Merchants Guild.
Go to the casino.
The casino is probably not a good target. That would be the challenging one, I think.
Can I use my years of experience pilfering this town to find where the best mark might be for this kind of thing?
Certainly.
Okay.
Do a history check.
History. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to use advantage on this.
Okay.
Because I have, like, nothing in history. Well, bam!
I got city secrets, so we can find it twice as fast.
Oh, you do. You do have that. So that's right. You grew up in Blackwood, Kanan. You would. Oh wait, you traded most of your knowledge away. So you can. What does that give you again?
Oh, city secrets.
Mm-hmm.
It says you can travel between any location twice as fast.
Okay.
And find secret passages that usually people would miss.
Okay. So that will definitely help. You know that the best place for you to make a mark like this, depending on what it is that you're trying to get, would probably be somewhere in the Merchant's Guild, because that will give you the highest amount of liquid currency, or something that's easiest to liquidate, because everything here is already goods.
Well, that sounds good to me.
And with that,
My wife, ladies and gentlemen. So, what specifically are you trying to look to hit over?
I guess if we're going to the Merchants Guild, then hitting up a wealthy store, the kind that sells like ridiculously fancy, overpriced items.
The price of lumber is skyrocketing in the U.S.
Too bad we're in
Ismira.
Damn shame, anyway.
So.
oh no! Anyway.
So, you are looking for what specifically?
what's something that right now would have either a really high resale value on the market, or like I imagine, like we mentioned expensive goods, right? Like,
but there's a lot of things that could be, because I think like jewelry, I think like exotic trade items, I think like, you know, fine silks or imported leathers from faraway lands. You know, it could be a multitude of different things.
Gems tend to work because it's not like as those are easily traceable.
Those are liquid currency too.
Exactly.
So
I
you
think
want to do a
gems
jewelry
is a
store?
great option.
Yeah, it sounds like a good one.
Fantastic. Yeah. A jewelry store it is then. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the casing the joint rolls out of the way. Who is going to do the investigation to start us off? This does count as your first check, by the way.
I could do it. I do have a +8 to investigation, but Fawn's gonna be honest. He's gonna be like, well, I'll give you my bird. That's about it.
Didn't you say your bird killed yourself earlier this month?
No, I didn't. Something else killed it.
I see.
You would have had time to summon it back.
Did I get an hour in the week? I didn't have any time to myself this week. Get my stupid bird back.
You definitely would have had time to yourself, yeah.
That's a good form of entertainment, just like summoning a bird for an hour and just having to immediately read that thing over and over again. That's some Palpatine shit. Yeah, I'll have him roll the first investigation check to have his bird case the joint.
Okay, bird case. Oh yeah, fantastic. One success. So the bird does its thing. It scouts around, granting you its vision, and as you can see from it, the security is on 12-hour shifts, and there is about a 10-minute window at noon that you would be able to make your move, or at midnight.
We have choices. Yeah, you hear Vaughn sort of say as his eyes were just like milky white.
Midnight sounds like the safer option. Less people about.
Well, so it was midnight. What was the other time?
Noon.
You'd think that it would be, but honestly, the problem is that makes any time that something clandestine is being done, it makes it more obvious. Less people on the streets means the only ones that are on the streets are doing crime. You lift coins, you steal gems during the middle of the day, you have a crowd for cover, and no one's gonna notice. I would suggest middle of the day.
The night is a lot more dense than people. Unless we're talking about you, of course.
Ashwell literally just rolls his eyes, but it's like a playful roll at this point.
His eyes are still milky white. You could like sucker punch him. And
he definitely debates it. He definitely
does
stuff. But that's not it.
Let's not kill each other just yet.
Nothing if not professional. I have my vote for middle of the day, but this is your mark. I'll let you choose. We can make either one work.
I'm willing to give it a shot. I haven't done a daytime heist before.
Okay.
I usually sleep during the day. It's be troublesome.
All right. So who wants to go next, and what do you want to roll?
Oh God. All right.
Well, I could do a history check too. Did we already find a mark?
You found the mark, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now we know the times. We could probably still find entrances or ways in and out if you have a way of doing that.
I don't know if a history check would cover that. I just have +6 to it, so I'd like to use it for something.
You can find another use for it.
Yeah. I'm thinking, so if anyone else has something, go for it.
Can I stealth? I got advantage.
Sure, what do you do to stealth? Ooh, bless. Thanks, Wolfie.
I'll use my cloak to find the best passage in and out.
Okay, you use your Cloak of Elvenkind to stay around the back ends of the alleys and find an entrance. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Ooh, natural 20. You find a secret door that goes to a back room that when they open it, like when the guards are changing their shift, the ones that are coming off duty exit out the back, and you can see that it's behind the iron bars into the actual like vault itself. And when they close it, you can hear like a magnetic locking sound in the hidden door.
Is that a double success?
Yeah, it's 2 successes.
Oh yeah.
All right. So
We are at
we
3
know-
out of 6 with no failures.
Okay. So we know about the vault now.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just thinking out loud. Go ahead.
Can I use history to recall if I've heard if they have any special rare jewels that might be worth more, and if so, what area of the store they're kept in?
Yes. We have our first failure, unless you're going to do something with it. You could attempt to bless it. You do have that bless.
Yeah,
I'll use bless.
You also have inspiration from the beginning of the session.
This might be one of the last rolls. Might as well, right?
Oh, that's just a reroll.
Yeah, but you get to keep the bless.
Okay. I have +6. Oh my god. It's
Unfortunate. You are not familiar with what wares this shop might have. It seems like they actually go to great lengths to keep that from getting out.
I don't know shit.
So we are at 1 failure, and we are at 3 successes. Who's next, and what do you want to roll?
I want to. So we have the big vault, right? The magnetically sealed vault in this jewelry place.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Using cover, I'm gonna see if I can get a couple of our thieves to cause a bit of a distraction, like basically just beat up some jerk in the street somewhere, just enough to like attract the guards away and make enough of a ruckus to cover our actions for like maybe the better part of a couple of minutes.
Okay.
And he's gonna try to sneak in and use his thieves' tools to assess and eventually open that safe.
So we have a scene where 4 of your footpads make their way inside. They're dressed in like normal clothes, and a couple of them like go to either side of a patron of the store, and one of them says something to the guy who looks up and says, "I'm sorry," and he goes, "What the fuck did you just say about my mother?" And he punches him across the face while the other one drags him out into the street and begins causing a ruckus, giving you the opportunity to slip in, jump over the counter unseen, and move silently over to the vault door. Let's go ahead and get a proficiency with Thieves' Tools check.
Okay, I'm gonna use an advantage, and we'll see about that bless if I need it, but fingers crossed. I got still 1 advantage left, and inspiration if I need.
21. You are very quickly able to disarm the door. After but the briefest of 20 seconds, you feel the tumblers tick, and there's a as it wants to slide off of its hinge. It's like one of those like back and forth doors, not open and closed doors.
Right, gotcha. Okay. Ashwell is going to try to open that up and sneakily get in to lift as much valuable shit as he can.
Okay, so Ashwell is moving in. What is the next person going to do as a skill check? We are at 4 successes, 1 failure. So we have done everybody, and we can go back to Vaughn. If you would like to, it doesn't matter to me.
Vaughn's probably going to be just keeping an eye out, because he's a tiefling. He kind of stands out, so him just kind of hiding back and using his bird to keep an eye out is sort of a plan of action. So I'll make another investigation check.
You cannot do the same thing twice. The same person cannot do the same thing twice.
Ah, I see. Okay. What can I do? I'm trying to justify one of my int-based checks. Arcana.
History, Arcana, religion, nature.
I have Arcana, History, Investigation, and Religion. Those are my proficiencies.
Can be whatever you would like it to be, as long as you can find a justification for it.
Do you think I can think of for Arcana as finding any sort of like magical-based traps? Or like
That could be
alarm
helpful.
systems?
Okay.
Just in case he doesn't trip one on the way out.
Please.
That is a second failure.
I'll use my inspiration.
Okay.
You got a bless and an advantage too if you need it.
That is the 5th success. You look over with your bird's eyes as it sits on the windowsill outside the shop, and you can see innate runes carved through the ironwork of the vault. It seems like Ashwell did such a good job opening it that he didn't trip any of the alarms. It received what it thought was the key. However, you can definitely see a very complex glyph on what Kanan described as the secret door.
I'm gonna send Bird in there. And I'm gonna have Bird communicate with him and tell him to be very careful getting out of this place so he doesn't trip something.
So in the ruckus, the bird flies through, comes through the bars, and while everybody is yelling and shouting at the ruckus that's being caused outside, it lands on Ashwell's head and begins pecking at the top. And he goes,
Ah! The door is gonna freak. The door's gonna freak.
as he's pecking.
Ashwell, first response is knife. Oh. Wait. Oh. Oh.
He flies over to like the ground in front of the door, which you can see like the faint outline of a stonework.
It's trapped.
Thank you. What's your name, by the way?
Atticus.
Atticus. Like you. Thank you. Much obliged.
You got a coin for me?
Hell. And he, you know what? He's actually going to grab one of the gems that he's pilfering and throw it to him. Worth like at least
It eats the whole thing.
Can Kanan disarm the door with Arcana check?
You can certainly try.
Oh, alright.
Well, I'm just watching this happen. I'm just like watching through his eyes as he swallows a gem.
We're actually living Mission Impossible, and you're the guy watching the DVD at home.
That is a failure.
Oh, can I inspiration it?
Yep.
Or bless it?
You can do both if you want.
Will bless to do it?
It might.
Alright, let's try that first.
That is exactly what you needed.
Oh, yeah.
You needed a 17 and you got a 17. You work your magic into the doors using your innate shadow, and we can see from the other side these like smoky tendrils wrap around, and after a moment the glyph is all like scratched up and like broken, completely just smudged.
Oh, yeah.
Ashwell, you have gathered everything of value that you can think of in here without grabbing literally everything. So if you want to grab literally everything, then you're going to go for another 3.
I don't want to literally grab everything. Our goal was to get just as much as we're probably going to need, maybe a little more, but I'm fine with a moderately successful heist here. This has already gone smoothly. So at this point, it's time to move. Stealth time to get out of here.
All right, and yep, the final extrication roll. Go ahead and give us stealth.
All right, I've got one last advantage and my bless. I'm using them both. Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins.
That is a 34.
Alright.
Absolutely. You push the secret door open by utilizing the torch set in the wall next to it. It slides forward and then off to the side, where you can see Kanan shrouded in a cloak that matches exactly the texture of the wall that she was standing in front of, right in front of you.
Nice. Excellent. And we get out of there as discreetly as possible.
Fantastic. All right, let's go and count the loot up.
LOL.
Good day's work.
Ooh, that's not right. Oh, that's
Be
because
playing the payday music.
Ooh, that would be good.
We are thieves.
I need a medic guy.
Wow. Okay. You make out with 1,200 coppers worth, 9,000 silvers worth, 2,200 golds worth, and 150 platinums worth.
200. So one more time. That's 1,200 copper.
I'm gonna see if I can't just.
Oh, duh. Yeah, that's much better. Thank you. Okay, 9,000. Perfect. That is a fantastic haul. Look at that. Oh, guys, that's a good run.
Fantastic job, Zarn. Everybody's a little bit richer because of you.
Heck yeah.
I wish I'd been able to do more, but that's the way it goes.
Sorry.
This was your heist, and you did it. You did help, so that's all we needed. We needed to get this done, and now we can get you your armor.
That'll be nice to get back.
And you'll give me most of your cut to make your weapon. It all works out.
Yeah, I wanted to do an insight or a history check to see if I know how much it truly costs to repair a tower, because I feel like you've got a lot of money so far.
Go ahead.
Peanuts.
So yeah, oh jeez, it's not much at all.
As far as you know, that absolutely tracks, yeah.
I'm still suspicious, but I'll throw a little extra coin your way. It is an old tower after all. I guess maybe there's some, like, flood damage or something I don't know about.
On the top floor, there's some flood damage, yes. But
It's asbestos, the whole damn thing. You just never believe it.
it's some new tapestries, you know how it is. There's mold. You know?
So I do feel a little bad that you didn't really get to contribute too much to your own heist. Is there anything else that you'd like to do with your downtime, Zorn?
How's my new guy, my wizard, found out anything about the stone? The sapphire thing?
So at the end of the 3 months, he will have figured out something. Would you like to know that now, or do you want to wait till the next session?
I can wait. I guess I'll just go buy my armor.
Okay. So you are you going to buy your armor, or are you going to have it made by Ashrol's smith?
I need something to do.
Fair enough. So you make your way to the Merchants Guild. Where do you go to find an armor smith worthy of Zarn's capacity?
Well, I'm rich now, so I'm just going home like with my big money bags. Man, I really need some armor. If only I could find someone I could give all this money to in exchange for some. And I let them come to me this time.
Okay. Fair enough. You are encountered by a number of dwarves in the street who try to urge you towards Kagran Arms.
They're biased.
What makes you fellows worthy of my big bags of money?
They ask if you've ever had anything crafted by dwarves before, and that
If you had, you wouldn't be asking that question.
Show me what you got.
they take you to their shop, where you find lining the walls arms and armor of the highest quality. There is all manner of weapons made from different metals. There are even some armors that, as you look closely, you can see runes that looked quite similar to the ones that your previous armor had.
I point. No, I'm like, that's the one. But can you do it in green? Is that possible?
They kind of laugh, and one of them says,
Well, you know, adamantium has a slight green tinge to it.
Bring me up.
So with adamantium plate mail, you wanted it enchanted or no? Enchanted adamantium plate mail. I believe it is going to cost... Fuck, because when you do... 26,000 gold.
Wait, do I have that much?
No
I've
shot.
actually I've been doing the calculations over here. We have a total of 1,500 gold for your plate mail to begin with, and then 2,500 gold in addition to that in Excel, just raw profit. So if you need to take a little bit more to bump that up, that would leave us with about 14,000 gold left to separate amongst everyone, including you, for the portions after the armor investment.
Can I talk to the guy? Is Kanan there?
I don't know, Zarn.
Sure, I brought you over because I'm like, I need to make sure this looks good on me, and you're the only other girl in this guild, so let's go shopping.
I'm gonna give the guy a flat look and say, "You're gonna make her pay that much for your armor? It'll be. It's good advertisement. I'm persuading this guy."
He shakes his head.
Adamantium is the most sacred substance to our kind. The fact that I'm willing to part with it is only because you have that adamantium coin you showed me.
Is that the lowest you can go?
Ashwell went into this entirely with the idea that the profits of this is going to rearm you, and everything else is profit. So whatever you need to do, Ashwell's on board.
Adamantium is incredibly expensive. It's 10 times more expensive just off the base of whatever material it is. Plus you're asking for enchanted adamantium plate mail. That is like some of the most expensive, most expensive stuff you could actually ask for. The fact that I attached a gold value to it just is a testament to my insanity as a dungeon master.
Plus, doesn't it deny crits as well?
Yes, that's why it's so expensive.
Yeah, that's insanely good. That's worth it.
I mean, I kind of really want it, but I mean, again, that's up to you guys. That's your gold.
So again, it's 26,000 gold. Not 2,600.
26,000. Oh, 2,600.
Not 2,600. 26,000 gold.
Oh no, we don't have that much. No,
we don't have that at all. Okay.
If we put the entire heist into that, we wouldn't have a third of that. So.
Yeah.
As much as I want it, Zarn says sadly. I'll just take the regular, plain, not adamantium plate mail.
Could always get verdigris on there for a little green.
And what metal would you like?
There are different metals that you can use that will grant you different boons. It will be more expensive, but I just want to make sure that all the options are on the table for you. I bought a book from somebody in our community because it's pretty cool shit. It's a bunch of magical metals.
Something in the middle, I guess. I don't want to bog down too much more time doing that.
Well, is there anything particular you would like to get out of it?
More AC.
Okay, so runic plate mail, dwarvish runic plate mail, would run you 3 grand.
Okay.
That's more reasonable.
Yeah, that would leave us exactly 1,012 gold left over as raw profit. So.
Okay.
Again, that's up to you guys.
I'm down with it. Let's invest them.
The tankier I am, the less hits you guys take. Win-win.
My thoughts exactly. What say you, Kanan? We have 1,012 left over after we invest in that armor.
You can have it, Ashwell. You did the most work.
All right. Well, that's the case then. 3,000 straight to you then, I would say. Let's get you that stick armor.
Bond's making my weapon, so I don't need any more. Like, just pay for the armor, and I don't need any extra money. I'll hold on to my remaining 10 gold and try and make that last.
That's fair.
I do potentially have the Sapphire. I just really want to know what it does before I just go and sell something that could potentially be beneficial or whatever.
That is very fair. I think that's a fair assessment. Okay. Yeah, get that armor. Let's do this.
I got burned in our last session. We sold something not realizing its value, and then when we found out, we were like, oh wait, are you kidding me? We should not have sold that.
Yeah, last campaign. Yeah. That happened multiple times.
You should +2 your armor, Ashwell.
Maybe. We'll see. I'm fine with what I got right now. I'm 18 just base. So let's get you that plate mail.
That's good for me. I can say that was my week. Little heist, get some armor. I'm suited up again.
What the fuck? Why does it say your armor class is 28?
Oh yeah.
No, that's right. Just leave it right there. That's perfect.
What the hell? I'll have to look at that later.
What the hell?
Also, by the way, Zarn, when you get back to your room after ordering the plate mail, there will be a pouch on your bed that is 200 gold with a little note inside saying, "In case Vaunt comes knocking." You also have a patch for 200 gold on your bed as well. So everyone's gonna get at least 200 gold from that. I will pocket the remainder.
Since I do have to play Sarn as an evil character because of the card I drew, she's gonna be like, okay, and then just tuck the money away. Not even thinking about Vaunt, just thinking about herself and future purchases.
Alright, because I think the Vaunt's not here to hear that. Kanan!
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I want to do. Road trip.
Okay. So you
Can I take the others too?
if they want to go.
I didn't buy this armor for nothing. Just sit around, collect dust? I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the implications of crossing Count Nemus, you know.
That's pretty fair.
So, after about a week on the road, you come back to the courthouse, or to the courtyard of Count Nemus. Hyperion sees you as you enter, but does not stir. You get the impression that your soul is being levied, and it does not like what it sees. Into the bowels of the great tree once more you tread, Kanan, leading your prisoners all the way. Until finally, you come back to the base. The place where you ripped that man so long ago. And you find a crater, roots reaching upwards, ready to grow into whoever you put in that place.
I toss Uriel in there. Umok, get him in there.
Weakened and kept poisoned, the man can do little to resist. The grandmother squeals and screams in protest, but after a moment, the roots begin growing into the man. We can hear the sound of bones snapping, the sight of blood flowing like a river out of his legs and his spine. And after 10 minutes of excruciating pain, the man ceases moving and falls into a deep slumber as the roots finish constricting around him. For a long moment, nothing happens. And then you can feel the juddering of the great tree as life is breathed into it once more, a revitalization flowing through the heart of this great tree. And outside, its leaves begin to bloom once more, the deepest crimson red that spreads across the forest. There's a voice behind you, Kanan, and you can hear the sing-song chanting of Count Nemus, keeper of words, oaths, and promises. Kanan of the Court of Winter, tell Our Lady, when the time comes, we ride for her once more.
Sorry it took so long.
Time is meaningless to one such as myself.
Kanan will curtsy.
There is no body that is presenting you before you. You are talking to an incorporeal voice. And as the party begins to make their way out of the great tree, Kanan, you feel a draw to that same room that you swore your allegiance so long ago.
I go in.
When you open the door and walk on the other side of the threshold, you hear the of the door being closed behind you, and suddenly a great blizzard picks up in the room. The pillars frost over, and the roof and the ceiling of this stonework begins to glaze with hoarfrost. Icicles drip down like great toothy maws, and in the swirl in the center, the statue crinkles and cracks as it moves and animates. O daughter mine, you have done beyond my wildest dreams, and now you swear yourself against mine greatest enemy. Misguided as you are, I cannot help but feel brimming with pride.
It was my honor.
Ask of me what thou wilt, Kanan, and I will see it granted.
I need help in the coming battle.
Have I not granted you enough strength?
The first vampire is no easy foe.
Now you set your sights upon your true enemy. That which consumes empires. That which seeks to consume you all. Kanan, hear my words. The Empress is not your problem. Meddle in her affairs all you like, but her soul will be mine. Rest assured of that. That is my battle, Kanan. No one else's.
I'm gonna gesture to my weapon. Can you do something about this?
You are bound to the same origin and source of power that saved me so many years ago. When I was imprisoned in the world below, I sought the power of Necronomulus. Death.
Do I explode?
No. No, she's capable of saying this word without any repercussions. I stole from him a mote of his power, and now I wield it as my own. The Staff of Annihilation belongs to me, Kanan. Your scythe is a vestige of mine own sacrifice. My beloved was a fae, by my side eternally, and it took the annihilation of his soul to manifest my power now. This weapon will see you do the same. Sacrifice all that you love in search of ever greater power. I can do nothing for you.
Okay.
It is anchored to your soul. If you are to be free of it, you must do it yourself.
Interesting.
I may not interfere with the powers that I am bound.
Well, with that, my debt is paid.
Count Nemus is now a sworn blade to our cause. But your soul will always belong to me. And with that, the blizzard subsides, the statue goes back to its original position, and the frost and ice melts into water that trickles out of the room.
I'll make my way out.
All right. So, I think that will take us to the final part of the downtime activities, unless you had something else, Gian?
Oh, that was it.
Okay, Vaunt. Take us home, buddy.
Well, where to begin? My tower is underway. I have the funding, of course. Well, somewhat. I can begin funding.
Oh, yeah, you had to pay up front. You're paying for laborers, materials, everything. That's what the 4,000 goes to.
Indeed. Well, I have a lot of options. I can sell this axe. I can enchant a weapon. I can't quite make my own spell yet. Gotta have a tower for that. That's for next time.
Yes.
I can't make something and sell something at the same time. Or I could.
Depends on the amount of work weeks it takes.
Selling... I need to look up Xanathars real quick. Selling an item.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say the rarity of this weapon is?
It is rare.
Okay. So it'll prove a little bit more difficult. But it won't be super impossible.
Sorry, I've been holding it for as long as I possibly can. I'm about to explode. I gotta go pee.
No, you're good.
You're
You're good, man.
I thought I could make it to the end of the session. I can't.
Off you go.
It's a big mood, man. Big mood.
I drank coffee and water.
All right, folks. Now that I have control of the show,
I think you should award us all gold if you're in control. We all get more gold.
okay, so everybody gets 2,000 extra On me.
I'm gonna start editing that right now into my inventory.
There we go.
Everyone put that down on your character sheets. Extra 2,000 gold.
We'll just gaslight Derek and tell him that we did that. He said we could do that.
How could 4 people misremember that, Derek? Of course you gave it
See,
to us.
that's genius. If you do it in a group.
And everyone out in chat agrees with us, clearly. Right, chat?
Right.
Right.
It has been a while since our last stretch. Nurse is totally right.
God. Thank you. Much appreciated, Nurse.
See.
Gotta admit, not that everything was gonna happen today. Didn't think I was gonna become a dad.
Sorry, when I could feel myself start to
wizard
sweat, I was like, nah, can't hold it anymore.
You good. You good.
Thanks for that extra money, Derek. Anyway, I'm selling a magic item here. Let's see. What are you laughing about? You're not in on it. Let's see. So the character who wants to sell the item must make a persuasion check. A character can find a buyer for 1 magic item by spending 1 work week and 25 gold pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Spend money to make money, I guess. Now the offer is going to be what's difficult. Because the offer, I have to roll an 11 to a 20 to get 100% of the base price. If I roll a 1 to a 10, I get half.
Yep.
You said this is worth about 5k?
Yeah.
I couldn't remember if you said 4 or 5. I mean, you said it was 1,000 over what I need for the tower. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna do some smooth talking in the merchants area. I think the dwarves are dragonborn. Those would be the 2 populations I'd be trying to advertise this to. 'Cause I feel like those are the people that appreciate craftsmanship the most.
So, you start putting the word out? All right, after about a week's worth of time, you are contacted by... Go ahead and roll your investigation check.
Investigation. Tower.
You hear from some dwarves, Tagrin Arms. They are obviously interested, and they are willing to pay half the price. You also hear from a specific ordo of inquisitors who are very interested in the technology and the craftsmanship, and they're willing to pay full price.
Inquisitors, you say?
Oh, yes.
Of the religious variety?
Oh, yes.
Could I make a religion check to identify whom they represent?
You certainly can.
Ah, cool. What gods do you parlay with, creatures?
So this is the Ordo Ignis Eternia. They are They are an inquisitorial order that serves the Forge Mother. You are met with a man who's about 8 feet tall. He wears armor and never takes it off. He's clad in full ornate plate mail trimmed in gold with a spiral of horns that crest off the top. He does not look very happy to see you when you go to meet with him. But he's done business with your guild before. You meet in an abandoned warehouse.
Not again.
Well... Oh, there's that image. If I could open it, that'd be great.
It's not letting you open it?
No. I don't have the symbol next to it.
Oh, lame. It should be in images.
Double click it.
Yeah, I did. There's no symbol to open it up. I'll just look up abandoned warehouse real quick. Okay, I found it. Boop.
Hey, this is the same place.
It is the same place. Does anybody go with him?
I'll go. He's probably a dead man.
What? This is just bold.
The man greets you, Kanan, and says,
Seeing you again. Didn't think I ever would.
Ah, I see. You're acquainted. Lovely.
Who did you kill now? What did you loot?
Can I throw the battle axe into the chat?
I don't know what that would do.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, he knows about the battle axe, huh?
Yeah.
That it belonged to the werewolf.
You killed a blood hunter. Not just any blood hunter. Uriel Ventria. Really? You?
Am I missing something here?
Blood hunters have been making things complicated for our order for a while. Suppose I should be grateful.
Maybe you should add a bonus. Let me persuade him.
Go ahead.
If you fuck this up, I'm going to scalp you.
He takes his helmet off and sets it on the table next to him. And you can see for the first time, Kanan, that this is no man. He's got blue skin, horns that curve outwards, and this long white hair that's tied into a knot behind his hair. These rows of fanged teeth erupt from beneath his jaw. And when he opens his mouth, you can see this light in his eyes like a fire when he speaks.
Mother will be pleased.
What's that?
He's a tiefling?
Oh, no. Oh, no. No.
What is he?
You can roll an Arcana check if you'd like.
Alright.
He sounds like a catch. 8 feet tall, plate mail, mama's boy.
Blue.
What more could you want?
Blue's my selling point.
You've never seen anything like this before, Kanan.
I guess I could make one. Blue man, who be ye?
This is an Oni.
Oh, all these guys.
You can see ornate tattoos carved on every inch of his exposed flesh. The only way that you can make out that he has blue skin is the small lines that, like, the small parts that aren't tattooed skin that stands out from beneath it is blue. And then right in his forehead, he's got this, like, cross, like, not X cross, like, intertwining spires that jut upwards towards his brow.
You're a handsome fellow.
He looks to you and kind of scoffs.
Alright, not interested, I guess.
There is but one thing I desire. To rend and tear until it is done.
Right then, the 5,000 we agreed upon.
He takes out a hefty sack, and before he hold... Nice. Nice.
Go on.
Before he hands it over to you, he thinks for a moment, opens the drawstring, and takes something out of his pocket. You can see a garnet that he slides in. He zips it closed and puts it on the other side of the table and says,
Go. Your business is concluded.
Ah, well, very well. You take the pouch and leave the axe.
Kanan, you gonna say anything?
I was thinking, I told him maybe we should keep in contact. We seem to be meeting up.
He looks you up and down, and you can see that fire. Sorry, were you gonna say something?
I was gonna say, tell him you know a hot single you want to.
You can see that fire in his eyes ignite again, and it's just a smoldering orb of flame around his iris as he looks you up and down. And he says,
Why would I do something like that?
Charisma check this guy. And I tell him because my organization and your organization have similar goals in mind.
Okay, go ahead. He shakes his head and he says,
No, I don't think that we do.
Gaining, you're pushing your luck. Let's leave this nice gentleman to his axe.
Alright. Damn, I do.
Sorry, a 10 was not enough.
Alright, I'm gonna tell him, I'm sure this isn't the last time.
You can hear him, like, sinking his helmet back into place and moving to pick up the axe, and he says,
For your sake, I hope it is.
Okay, I'm gonna roll initiative now. Nobody talks like that to me.
If I want no part in this, I'm leaving. I have a down payment to make.
No, I take off.
All right. You have the down payment. Is there anything else that you'd like to do, Vaughn?
Tower!
Absolutely. So you arrange... Vincent actually helps arrange for laborers and materials to be brought to the tower and for construction efforts to begin. He also tells you that part of this gold is going to be going into acquiring the right deeds for the property and greasing the right palms because it's sat so long nobody's really sure who owns it.
Excellent. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, did everybody get 200 from the heist earlier?
Yes, I divided it with 200, and then it's 20. I put it in there. 2012 is what's going into the guild funds.
So that would leave me with 15. Right.
Oh, he did put a garnet in there, right?
Yeah, how much is that garnet worth?
An extra 500.
I'm fucking rich. I have 2010 gold.
Nice.
Nice.
2010 was 12 years ago. Anyway,
Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't fucking say that.
Damn it, dude, that hurt.
Fuck. I've been out of high school for 10 years.
That to old people thought. I mean, Red.
I'm not even old. Well,
We're so much older than you, Red. All of us.
Like, oh yeah, that was 12 years ago. Meanwhile, we're all having an existential crisis.
Fuck, I graduated in
I remember
2011.
watching the ball drop on literally the year 2000. Like, on 1999 to 2000, and being like, oh boy, what a wonderful new millennium.
know how wrong you were.
Narrator.
My God,
that was
guys.
a lie.
How old was I? 2010 minus 12. 8.
Jeez Louise.
8 or 9? Yeah.
That's how old I was in New Year's for the new millennium. Anyways, other than our impending mortality.
It's not so bad when you embrace it.
So is there anything else that you'd like to do with your downtime activity, Red?
I got a lot of money.
You do?
I guess I could start making Zarn's magic weapon. I got a lot of money, so if you want like a rare magic weapon, I could actually get started on that. Especially because most of the money I have is from you anyway, so I won't tell you that, but I'll just...
So, what do you want? What do you want, Zorn? He was talking to you.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. My cat's meowing in the background, so I was temporarily distracted.
No, so I have plenty of money, so I can make something better than just a meager +1 weapon. I can give you something with a special effect on it. If I get started now, I'm gonna need a couple of work weeks, but we have 3 months, so.
Maybe something. Would it be possible to do something with force damage?
That's up to Derek. The first thing that comes to mind is just like replace a flame tongue sword weapon with force damage, but that might be a little broken actually. Now that I think about it. So you have a great sword, correct?
Put a jet engine on the back of the blade.
Force damage.
I had like Metal Gear Rising Revengeance music playing in my head as soon as you said that.
Super sludge.
You might be able to also possibly bind a magic spell to a weapon. Like a once-a-day thing, give it like magic missile or something.
Oh, but that's boring. I want something to explode every time you hit something.
Yeah, I like that. I want something to explode too.
Put a fireball on there.
Yeah, you can make it spell storing. You can make it spell storing.
But it could have Elfbane on it.
True.
I don't know what that is, so go on.
It'd be like a Dragon Slayer weapon, but for elves. If Derek's okay with that.
How much damage does Dragon Slayer do again?
So Dragon Slayer, a Dragon Slayer weapon just gives you +1 bonus to attack and damage, and whenever you hit a dragon, quote unquote, with that weapon, it takes extra 3d6 damage. So it'd be if you hit an elf with this weapon, it takes an extra 3d6 damage.
Yeah, you could do that.
The sound of that.
Or we just want to
No
like
offense,
flat.
Kanan.
No, I mean, just in case Kanan turns her back on us, like you know, we gotta.
Oh yeah, I gotta kill everybody I love.
And I thought I had a dark backstory.
Bond's just that sad little doge, and everybody else is like this big Chad doge. Like, this big couple.
So I will say, if you want to take time to figure out what spell you would like to put on it, you can do that, and we can figure that out off screen, and you'll have worked towards that when we come back and probably finished it.
There's a weapon I think you would really like, however.
Okay.
It's called the Sun Forger. For those of you that have played Magic, you know what this weapon is. But,
oh no.
So, this would allow you to throw your weapon up to 120 feet. Just an idea. It also explodes when it goes off.
Yeah, I want that. You had me being able to throw my weapon, because I don't have a lot of long distance range things. Like someone's up near me, I stab them, some guy 120 feet away, and I'm just like, not today.
So what this does is you can hurl it at 120 feet. When it reaches the point, it explodes in a 20-foot radius, dealing 66 fire damage on a DC 15 dex save. Afterward, you can use your action to have it reappear. But you can't have it explode again until you finish a short rest, which that's a non-factor.
I'd be fine with that.
Derek likes.
Cool. Radical.
You like that? Yeah.
Really cool.
Radical.
Hell yeah. For those of you that know what Sun Forger is, oh yeah, one of the only good white-red cards. The only good.
You gotta love Ravnica, man. You gotta love Ravnica.
Ravnica is so good. Ravnica is such a good set. The weapon does come back, yes. Also, you're an Eldritch Knight, so you can just bring it back anyway. And that's a rare weapon, so how many work weeks would that take me? Xanathar, I consult you.
Xanathar, I consult you.
I'm busy playing with my Sligar.
My goldfish.
I literally just see like Xanathar sitting there with like a green investor's cap, like the banker's cap,
Stonks.
underneath like a yellow light, just counting money with tentacles, like whack.
It's gonna take me 10 work weeks, but I think it'll be worth the wait.
Yeah, I can pick up some cheap alternative sword for the meantime in case we do run into any enemies.
Nah, you'll have it before the next
sounds-
session.
Okay.
It'll cost me 2,000 gold, but 10 work weeks. And I'm sure Derek will be a kindly sport and allow me to somehow work around that. But
Oh, I mean, it's it's just part of your downtime, right? You got 3 whole
Yeah.
months of it.
yep, and yeah, I should be able to make that by then.
Yep.
10 weeks. Yeah, no, that checked.
Yep.
Sure, you're gonna have a cool Sunforger, so it's gonna be a greatsword instead of a warhammer. So you give Vaughn a greatsword, and he gives back. Here you go. This is a fucking hammer. I know. Magic.
Not
Not what I asked for, but as long as it kills people.
Fantastic. All right, and fantastic. All right. Well, let me go ahead and make this public if it'll let me. Maybe not. I can hear the cat's meowing. Well, I think that is probably going to do it for the session. Got a lot done. That was a long 5.5 hour session. Let's fucking go.
That did not feel like 5.5 hours. That
No,
felt
that didn't. That felt like 2
Yeah, it flew
hours.
by.
That was fun as hell.
Who says you got to have
great.
crazy combat each session? I wasn't expecting combat this session.
I got chopped up.
I just sat back down. I'm like, okay, he's fighting. So I don't know how he went from talking to fighting, but he did it. I'm for it.
All I did was steal some stuff and raise some kids. Steal some stuff. So
This circle
Circle of life.
I have a tower
Hell yeah.
and
invested in real estate.
a bony friend.
You'll have your custom spell as well, Red, if you want to spend some time
Oh,
out
yeah?
of game figuring out what you want to make. Just run it by me, and I'm sure it'll be fine.
I kind of wanted to do the roll. I think that's fun. I think
You wanna do the roll? Do you wanna do a roll now?
Yeah, it looks. Sure, let's do it. We're doing it live. Fuck it, we're doing it live.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Uh,
All right, so we'll go to the tower and go ahead and roll. Actually, I can probably just drag this in here.
I pick a spell, and then we go from there, right? We just
Yep.
I just straight up. I've been sort of reading it during other people's downtime stuff just to get an idea. So what do I want my signature spell to be? Do I have a signature spell so far? Group, do you think I have a signature spell, quote unquote? I know Vaughn's kind of a multi-tool. He's like always using different shit all the time, but like.
Honestly, I remember you using Magic Missile and like it being alarmingly versatile.
Okay, now this is where it gets confusing because it said pick a spell that either deals a single target damage to an enemy or multiple enemies. Where the hell does Magic Missile fall on that?
Multiple enemies.
That's fair. Oh, because it has the potential to target multiple enemies.
Mhm.
Enemies. Ooh, duh. Okay. So it'll target several enemies. So I guess I'll roll a d8. Can I roll this in the open?
Sure.
Let's go. See what we got. 8.
Nice.
Ooh. Move all targets 10 feet in the same direction. If moved up, a target takes 1d6 bludgeoning damage, and when it falls back down, it must make a DC 10 dexterity acrobatics check or fall prone.
So I could just fling him into the air.
You literally just got lift from Mass Effect.
I don't know if I'm going to allow this, but it would be really cool if you just hit the same guy and just kept knocking him up.
Just dribble him like a basketball.
That's some fighting game shit. Just like goes to
30-hit combo.
I mean, sure, I don't see why it wouldn't work that way, you know?
That's brilliant.
Yeah,
that is cool.
why not?
I mean, also, Vaughnt's magic missiles have been known to travel along the ground, so they probably just shoot up. Oh,
Hell yeah.
that worked out. Okay, so let's roll the next stuff. So it's telekinetic. Does damage. Find your damage type. Oh, I gotta pick a damage type?
No, it normally already does a damage type. So it's force damage. Affected targets are knocked prone. On their next turn, they make a wisdom saving throw to stand up. On their following turn, they may stand up normally without making a save.
No, but there's another part that says does damage and find your damage type.
I'll let you choose, I don't care. You can change the damage type if you want.
Find your damage type on them.
Honestly, force is super versatile because like almost nothing's immune to force damage.
Yeah, that's true. But Derek's a cool DM, and he would let me combo elements with other things.
True. I am that.
I'm sure that Derek would also. Well, you seem like the guy that would say that grease is flammable, so I respect.
I literally made that ruling like 2 weeks ago in my Crystal Straw campaign.
Perfect. See, that's what I mean. This is the man. This is the man you want to DM for you. He is called DM Studios for a reason.
I DM the DMs.
Because he's twice as good as a regular DM. Let's see here.
Turducken of DMs.
Do I just like roll damage?
What do you mean?
It's like a broad like I know it's like you should pick your damage, but I kind of want to roll it.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 13, so if you want to roll a d12. And then if there's one of those types that you don't like, we can just subtract that from the equation.
Sounds good to me. I mean, we never get to roll these well, so. 2.
Bludgeoning, which would make it sundering. For the spell's duration, armor worn by the targets degrades by 2. Sundering effects do not stack.
Oh, you know what? I think I realize what this is. If the spell does that damage type, it does something.
Yeah. That was, yeah. I was going to let you pick if you wanted, or roll for it.
Well, because I see force. Affected targets are knocked prone. On their next turn, they must make a wisdom saving throw to stand up.
Mm-hmm.
So, I can knock them prone and send them into the air. Or I can knock them prone and like send them sliding across the ground into a wall. Or off the cliff. That'd be funny. Yeah, I'll just stick with force. That sounds like fun. It sounds like a lot of like movement related stuff, and that's kind of up my alley.
Hell yeah.
And I think that's my personalized spell, so I get to name it something.
Yep, and nobody else in the world knows it but you.
Bont's something missile.
Bont's Vault.
Bont's vaulting missile. I mean,
that works actually.
Pretty good,
that checks. Okay, I'm writing that one down.
Hell yeah.
That's cool as fuck. God, the tower is so cool. I've been looking through it. It's just like, God, this whole book is cool. It's well illustrated. We're not sponsored, but we should be. Let me edit this. I guess I could just add in a new spell. Bond's vaulting missile. I'm gonna definitely use that in my own campaigns if I do run 5e again anytime in the future.
Hell yeah.
Bond's
All
vaulting.
right. Well, I think that is where we're going to wrap it for the evening. Thank you to everybody for being here. We sure appreciate your love and support, man. You guys are the best. Couldn't do it without y'all. Let's go around the circle, starting with Natalie. Anything you'd like to shout out? Anything you're working on, or where can people find you?
Just as always, check out the amazing GM Studios. He has a ton of other campaigns he's running. I think 2 Curse of Strahds and a whole bunch of other things. As far as I go, I'm on Twitter at LedSozoBeans, and I post my art stuff on there. And that's about it.
Awesome, awesome. All right, Jihan, what you got going on, bud? Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm just here every Saturday, being a player,
Hell yeah.
Working on the music. That's all I got going on.
The homie, dude.
The homie for real though.
Awesome. Love you, Jihan. Thank you, man. Omni, what you got going on, buddy?
Hey everyone, y'all know me. I'm the last Omnitect, your favorite robot American, and I have been working on so damn much lately. I know I've been dead quiet on Twitter, but that's because I have been night and day grinding out over the AS Caltrop, and it is all but finished. I just need like one more day to finish the publishing process and edit it, and I should be good as soon as I'm done working this week. So suspect to see it around next Wednesday at very latest. So far, it's got 14 pages plus character sheet and art on the front, and it is phenomenal. I'm really excited to show you all this. Between that and the legacy tabletop role-playing game that I've been working on for 15 plus years that I'm still working on, will go back on the front burner once the AS game is done. And also playing here on DMDM Studios and co-hosting the Writer's Block and Chip Off the Block shows on Red's channel, which I'll let Red plug more of that. I've been a busy bean. I'm also planning on returning to streaming on my own channel, twitch.tv/TheLastOmnitect, all one word, and that will be coming probably at the end of this month. I'll try to run my first session. On Wednesdays, I'll be doing something related to Legacy, and on Saturdays, I'll probably be just doing hangout sessions with the community from either video gaming to just hanging out with you all. So keep an eye out for that. That's me.
Sweet. Awesome stuff, man. Thank you, Omni. Love you, dog. What you got going on, Red?
Hey, folks. I'm at VA Redemption on Twitter. I got a lot going on. I am in a lot of actual plays, and I'm planning on doing more.
Woo!
I love this shit. Being in a community that actually makes me feel welcome and gets me excited to play the game, I haven't had that in years. So I appreciate you guys. I love you all very much. And I appreciate being able to be on this channel every week and being able to GM on this channel and play on...
It's my honor, dude.
Hell yeah, man. And so Saturday here on DMDM Studios, we're going to be doing a new Call of Cthulhu thing. It's not going to be Bebop and the Big Easy. It's called Aeus, the Mountain.
Woo!
That's the name. That's what I'm going with.
It's a good name.
And I'll be talking with these fine folks about making characters for that after the session, and after they probably take a break, because I'm sure everybody's a little tuckered, needs a drink. But besides that, I'm on Twitch too. I'm Redemption VA on Twitch. And I do Writer's Block and Chip Off the Block Wednesdays, Thursdays with Omni as a host. And every Thursday at 8 p.m. CST, I have two brand new guests that share their wonderful, sick, and sometimes positively twisted ideas with us. And
yeah,
I'm very much looking forward to that. I look forward to it every week. I look forward to just being on Twitch every week. So thank you again for the opportunities, man.
Dude, thank you for being here, man. Love you. Wouldn't do it without you, man. Well, I guess that's going to wrap us for our Saturday of Dungeons and Dragons Day here at DMDM Studios. Thank you once more to everybody for joining us. Thank you for the love and support, the biddies, the follows, everything. We appreciate you all, and we are so grateful that you decided to spend some time with us, living in Ismira and going against the greater good. Going against the greater good. Tomorrow you can find us for Legend of Five Rings, Heart of an Empire. We are going to be playing that at 2 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, like always. Samurai Sundays. Woo! Cannot wait. Always excited for that. After last week's emotionally charged farewell to Soda Hida Soda. We miss you, Hida. We need Hida merch. It's going to say in Japanese, Hida fucks, for sure.
Want a tattoo that says that.
Hell yeah. Tuesdays at 12:30 a.m. Central Standard Time, you can find us streaming Curse of Strahd, Rise of Alma, a one-on-one actual play live. It's a really big homebrew twist on Curse of Strahd. A lot of my own sick machinations replacing and overwriting stuff in the book that I just find a bit more homebrew stuff. Find a home for it. Next Friday the long-awaited return of Ein Memetic Mori will be coming back, where you can find me and Red. Red is a not-so-Irish, but very Irish family man, and I will be playing a new character as mine got sent up in flames at the season finale.
Rip to homie.
Rip to home.
This is my costume for that show, by the way.
Hell yeah. It's a great costume.
That's all I need.
And then next week, you can find us with Single Shot Saturdays, hosted by The Burnt Coin. Homie, Will. We love Will. And then we will be playing Aeus the Mountain. So, thank you everybody once more. We love you guys, and we are going to go ahead and find somebody to raid into real quick so that we can share the love. Let's see who's still going right now. Let's see. Gamer's Ledge is playing some Escape from Tarkov. Let's go show Gamer's Ledge some love. Gamer's Ledge has been such a big, ardent supporter of the channel. We definitely want to pay it forward and see if we can't make his night a little bit. So, thank you to everybody, and we love you guys. We'll see you all tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Peace.
And we're clear.
Right on.